Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Naruto from the beginning 6 Eyes to Cultivate Rin. Part 1. My name is Shimizu Mitsuki. I will be 5 years old after my birthday this year. I live in District 7 of Konoha Village in the Land of Fire, and of course, I am unmarried. As a child, I never over-refined my chakra, and my physical training was always light and brief. I go to bed at 11 p.m., ensuring I get 10 hours of sleep every day, and I drink a glass of warm milk before bed. Then I do 20 minutes of stretching to warm up before sleeping, never carrying fatigue or stress over to the next day. My neighbors all say I'm very normal. However, Shimizu Mitsuki had a secret he hadn't told anyone. He was actually a transmigrator from Blue Star. But Mitsuki's method of transmigration might have been slightly different from other senior transmigrators. He neither died suddenly from overwork due to exploitation by unscrupulous capitalists nor was he taken by an apocalyptic truck driver to boost sales. Instead, one day, an asteroid with a diameter of over 24 kilometers, traveling at a speed of more than 24.5 kilometers per second, delivered a friendly face-breaking punch directly to Blue Star. Before the impact event, officials tried to suppress the news, but how could such a thing be contained? Thus, the news that this asteroid, named 2019 OK, was about to help humanity restart, still spread rapidly like a virus. People never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. But fortunately, at least Shimizu Mitsuki died with understanding. It was just that he had just graduated from university and had only lived and worked freely in society for a year before facing the end of the world, which was somewhat regrettable. It was as if he hadn't been a beast of burden long enough. However, what Shimizu Mitsuki didn't expect was that he had rebirth in the Naruto world with his memories from his previous life. His rebirth occurred not during the main Naruto storyline after Konoha Year 60, but during the Second Great Ninja War, when the third Hokage was in his prime. One might wonder if it's truly the Naruto world. Mitsuki's mother, Shimizu Chiyoko, was forced to end her ninja career due to an injury she sustained during her time as a ninja. After giving birth to Mitsuki, her health continued to decline within a year, and she sadly passed away. However, Shimizu Mitsuki was rebirthed with his memories from his previous life and had the ability to think from birth. Therefore, even though they only spent less than a year together, he still had some impression of Shimizu Chiyoko. In stark contrast to the name, Chiyoko, Chiyoko had a very fiery temper. Although she was too weak to walk on her own, she would often scold and hit Shimizu Mitsuki's father, Shimizu Kento. Shimizu Mitsuki's father, Shimizu Kento, was a typical good-natured person. Although Shimizu Mitsuki had never seen this character in the manga, Shimizu Kento's strength was surprisingly good. Before Mitsuki came to this world, he was already an elite jonin who had completed numerous A-rank and even S-rank missions. People with high strength often attribute the misfortunes of those close to them to themselves, and Shimizu Kento was no different. He believed that he had focused too much on his missions, thereby neglecting Chiyoko, who had always tried to keep up with him. She was always pushing herself. I was the one who harmed her. With such a guilty thought, Shimizu Kento himself might not have realized that his expression when facing Shimizu Chiyoko every day was always a forced smile. That self-righteous expression was also why Shimizu Chiyoko had always disliked Mitsuki's father. After all, Chiyoko had a very strong personality. Shimizu Kento's self-pity and self-reproach made her feel that her dignity and ninja way were being insulted. What an unforthcoming pair, Shimizu Mitsuki sighed inwardly. Many things, once missed, will never have another chance in this life. These two will surely regret it later. However, even though he thought this, Shimizu Mitsuki had already decided at the time. Once he grew up a bit, he would act as a golden mediator to help the two be honest with each other. After all, they were his family in this life. And because of this, Shimizu Mitsuki increasingly felt that his current infant body was too restrictive. He couldn't control his waking hours each day and would always fall asleep inexplicably. But as mentioned before, people never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Shimizu Chiyoko died. Shimizu Kento had anticipated this, as Chiyoko's health was truly very poor. He used every connection he could think of, even bringing in the ninja world's top medical ninja, the princess of the Sanin, Lady Tsunade. But even so, Chiyoko's health could not improve. Shimizu Mitsuki witnessed all of his father's efforts. As a transmigrator familiar with the plot, Mitsuki understood that Chiyoko's husband had done his utmost. Even if Mitsuki himself were in the same situation, he wouldn't have done any better. Perhaps the divine medical ninja, Uchiha Madara, could have used white zetsu to heal Chiyoko. But with this method, not to mention Mitsuki's current body couldn't convey information, even if it could, he couldn't explain the source of the intelligence clearly. Shimizu Chiyoko's death was a huge blow to Shimizu Kento, which was naturally understandable, but the behemoth of war would not cease its rampage due to the misfortune of one person or certain people. After Shimizu Kento handled Chiyoko's funeral, he only cared for Shimizu Mitsuki for a few months before he still needed to return to the battlefield. As for what would happen to little Mitsuki, who was only a few months old. It's somewhat of a hellish joke. Konoha village had a mature system for caring for children who had no one to look after them at home. The Konoha Wartime Child Custody Center, or simply the Child Custody Center, was an institution established by the second Hokage to address such situations and has continued to this day. The staff working there were the wives of male ninja who were out on wartime missions, as their husbands were the pillars of their households. In short, Shimizu Mitsuki's life was temporarily not a concern. In fact, as a single father, Shimizu Kento might not have been able to care for Mitsuki as thoroughly as these wives. After all, some of the wives were even experienced mothers who had raised 2 children. Ever since Shimizu Kento returned to the battlefield, whenever he came back to the village for rest after a mission, Shimizu Mitsuki could sense an uncontrollable emotion, an emotion called hatred, from his father's distressed expression. Shimizu Mitsuki considered himself a good judge of character. He had always thought Kento was a ninja similar to Tsukumo Hatake, gentle and sunny towards comrades, but ruthless and cold towards enemies. However, Shimizu Mitsuki hadn't expected that Chiyoko's death due to the war would have such a profound impact on Kento. Honestly, Shimizu Mitsuki was very worried about Kento in this state. After all, even he, who had lived in peacetime in his previous life, understood that if one brought personal emotions into war, it would eventually cost them their life. Back to the present. It was the 38th year of Konoha, and Mitsuki was about to turn 5. The weather today was exceptionally good. It seemed that an advantage had been gained on the hidden mist battlefield, and when the villagers outside conversed, the smiles on their faces were much more numerous than in the winter of last year. The war seems to be ending soon. Thanks to the Sandame. Harboring hopes for future peace, the villagers of Konoha thought this. However, would the war truly end so easily? As a transmigrator familiar with the plot, Shimizu Mitsuki knew that the war would not end. Instead, it was about to enter its most brutal and intense period. Even Hokage would lose their lives in this protracted war. As for his own life, Shimizu Mitsuki wasn't particularly worried. As a transmigrator, he at least had his own golden finger system. Moreover, 5 years old was a very important milestone for Mitsuki's system. Although Mitsuki's system was, well, calling it simple was almost an exaggeration. Host. Shimizu Mitsuki. Skill. Chakra refining technique. Wish harvest. None. Male. No new male. Alright, that was it. It was clear that this system adopted a minimalist style. Although Shimizu Mitsuki in his previous life quite liked minimalist styles, when it came to his future, he still wanted a system with as many functions as possible. It would be even better if there was a system fairy or a signboard girl. If it was a long-haired black-haired girl or a white-haired beast-eared girl, that would naturally be even more wonderful. Unfortunately, such fantasies did not come true, and Shimizu Mitsuki's system had no intelligence of its own, and only had 4 functions. The first was the data panel display, which showed Mitsuki's current skills. The second was the wish function. Each wish consumed a wish heart, and a successful wish would grant the host the most suitable skill for them at that time. A wish heart was given directly when the system was first bound, but the success rate for a single wish was 1%. If 10 wishes were made, the success rate for the last wish would be 100%. Commonly known as the guaranteed pull. The third was the check-in function. Opening the system panel once a day would automatically check in, and a full year of check-ins would reward one wish heart. The fourth was the seemingly most useless mail function, which was indeed useless in practice. However, every year on Mitsuki's birthday in this world, the system would send a blessing mail and a wish heart as a gift. Therefore, the age of 5 was particularly important to Shimizu Mitsuki. Because after receiving the system's gift on his birthday this year, he could make the 10th guaranteed pull. When he first transmigrated to this world, Mitsuki had once tried a single pull, thinking that he might get some ability to save Chiyoko. The result was obvious. They all served as fodder. It seemed that to get anything, he could only wait for the guaranteed pull. What would be the most suitable ability for me right now? Mitsuki looked forward to his birthday with this thought. The next morning. Father, do you have a new mission again? Hearing Shimizu Kento counting the contents of his ninja tool bag, Shimizu Mitsuki put down the pan with the frying egg, jumped off the small stool next to the stove, and poked his head out from the kitchen's small door, asking knowingly. Yes, over in Hidden Mist. Well, in short, the village still needs a lot of manpower for many missions. Shimizu Kento responded to Mitsuki while carefully counting the number of explosive tags. I will depart tomorrow. If anything happens, you can go to the childcare center and look for Mrs. Nohara. All right, father. Speaking of the childcare center, to prevent accidents, all children there were cared for by the ladies together. However, each lady also had a few children they were primarily responsible for, and Mrs. Nohara was the one responsible for caring for Shimizu Mitsuki. Mrs. Nohara was very enthusiastic. When her daughter had just turned 1, she saw that the childcare center was short-handed and came to help, saying, I want to find some playmates for Rin-chan. When Shimizu Mitsuki was 3 years old, he was finally allowed to move freely between the Shimizu family home and the childcare center. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the childcare center. On the contrary, since all the ladies were mothers who had had children, they were all very experienced in caring for children. But the ladies were simply too enthusiastic. Shimizu Mitsuki, after all, was a transmigrator with memories of his previous life, and he really couldn't handle this situation. He didn't want to be tackled by them at every turn. It was somewhat a case of not knowing how to enjoy it. However, it wasn't the ladies' fault for being so enthusiastic. To be honest, Shimizu Mitsuki's appearance in this life was indeed striking, combining all the best qualities of Chiyoko and Shimizu Kento. Chiyoko was beautiful, but she had a somewhat masculine look, with sharp eyes and eyebrows. Her golden curly hair cascaded down her back, and if she were in modern times, she would immediately give off the vibe of a Hokkaido gal. Shimizu Kento, on the other hand, had simple white medium short hair, meticulously styled. He looked like a respectable intellectual at first glance. It was a pity Kento had such good eyesight, otherwise, with glasses, he could definitely cosplay a classic detective. Shimizu Mitsuki, who inherited the excellent genes of both, had the same hair color as Kento, but with a slightly unruly yet somehow artistically designed white curly short hair. On top, there was a defiant cowlick, and his eyes and eyebrows were carved from the same mold as Chiyoko's, equally sharp and spirited. He also had a pair of clear, transparent blue pupils, like a calm lake. Actually, Shimizu Mitsuki originally wanted to grow his hair long like his mother Chiyoko. After all, in his previous life, he had always had short hair due to prevailing aesthetic trends. He remembered that in the Naruto world, there were quite a few male ninja with long hair. Wasn't the first Hokage, Hashirama, known for his waist-length black hair? But this idea was rejected by Shimizu Kento. At that time, Shimizu Kento was about to go on a mission. After hearing Mitsuki's idea, he paused for a moment, quickly replied, and then lowered his head and turned to leave. I don't think long hair suits you, Mitsuki. This was Shimizu Kento's opinion. Mitsuki didn't really care, his desire for long hair was just a whim. It was just that his father had uncharacteristically rejected his request directly. Because before, Shimizu Kento had always indulged Mitsuki's various requests, including asking his father to teach him the chakra refining technique. One must know that children of the same age were still playing Hokage games, and Shimizu Mitsuki himself hadn't expected that Kento would agree to his casual request. Lucky. And speaking of which, since his usually doting father didn't agree to him growing long hair, it was probably because he really wasn't suited for long hair. Mrs. Nohara had said that she really wanted to see a long-haired Mitsuki-chan. What a sinful woman, she must have been treating him like a dress-up doll, wanting to lead the future light of the ninja world, Lord Mitsuki, into the world of cross-dressing. Thankfully, father exposed Mrs. Nohara's scheme, which saved the great Lord Mitsuki from leaving behind a dark past. Great, no need to say more. After recalling some previous trivial matters, Shimizu Mitsuki came back to his senses, placed the prepared breakfast on the dining table, and called Kento to eat. The Shimizu family's ancestors had been commoners for several generations, so there were no rules like, no talking while eating. So, during the meal, Shimizu Mitsuki slightly raised his head, looked at his father, and asked, "Father, how long will this mission take?" "Ah, of course, I'm not trying to pry into your mission details, it's just, never mind." "Forget it, better not ask." Shimizu Mitsuki inwardly groaned. Does physical age really affect psychological age? Is it a hormonal issue? Although his death in his previous life was accidental, it was ultimately due to an irresistible force, as all humanity had perished, and he had spent his final moments with his family, so he had no regrets. Therefore, being reborn, Shimizu Mitsuki actually intended to start anew, preparing to face his new life with the mindset of a new being. But this situation, where he started to speak and then got stuck halfway, still made Shimizu Mitsuki's old face flush. "You want me to be back before your birthday, right?" Shimizu Kento was indeed shrewd, seeing through Mitsuki's dilemma at a glance. "Don't worry, I'll be back before then. Until then, look forward to your birthday gift, Mitsuki." I'll look forward to it." Shimizu Kento passed away. He ultimately failed to fulfill his promise to Mitsuki. Shimizu Kento's entire life was spent under the shadow of war. He failed to protect Chiyoko, never resolved their misunderstanding, and even missed his last birthday promise with his son. This man's life ended with a heart full of regrets. Shimizu Mitsuki lowered his head, tidying Kento's final belongings sent by the Anbu. It was just some personal items. His body would be collected by Konoha's Anbu and interred in the Konoha cemetery after the funeral. Before then, family members could visit the wartime collection department at any time to see their loved one's final appearance. Among these belongings, a rectangular gift box stood out, looking out of place among the other war-worn, weathered items. It was clearly a birthday gift Shimizu Kento had prepared in advance for Mitsuki. Shimizu Mitsuki hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to untie the ribbon and open the box. Although he could guess some things from the box's appearance, he was still somewhat surprised by the gift after opening it. Mitsuki had previously mentioned to Shimizu Kento that he had envisioned a lightning release ninjutsu. If there were a weapon made of chakra-conducting materials, it might become a ninjutsu without hand signs. This was, of course, Mitsuki just making things up, merely trying to find a topic for father and son to talk about. He hadn't expected Kento to remember this. Inside the box was a short sword, sheathed. Shimizu Mitsuki drew the short sword. It was a straight blade, about 30 centimeters long, quite long for a short sword. The blade shimmered with a white, cold light, giving the illusion of cutting through the night with each swing. Logically speaking, although Shimizu Kento was an elite jonin, certainly one of the high-income earners in Konoha and even the ninja world, such a weapon forged entirely from chakra-conducting materials was still beyond his means. Mitsuki remembered that only the second Hokage and the future Asuma in all of Konoha seemed to have used such advanced ninja tools. Could it be a spoil of war from father on the battlefield? As Shimizu Mitsuki thought this, he noticed a card tied to the hilt of the short sword. "Happy birthday, from Uchiha En and Shimizu Kento." Shimizu Mitsuki still had some impression of the name Uchiha N. He seemed to be his father's teammate, and he had also sent gifts for his birthday every year before. Given this, it was no longer strange. The Uchiha clan had a very close relationship with the Ninja Cat clan, and the Ninja Cat clan controlled a large portion of the forging and selling of advanced ninja tools in the ninja world. Considering this relationship, the origin of this short sword was very clear. However, this Uchiha N seemed to have an unusual relationship with Shimizu Kento. After all, despite being very close to the Ninja Cat clan, this short sword was still not something that could be casually purchased. But it didn't matter anymore. Shimizu Mitsuki closed the scabbard, put it back in the gift box, carefully retied the ribbon, and planned to open it again on his birthday. There's an idiom called seeing an object and thinking of the person. As Shimizu Mitsuki tidied things, more and more jumbled thoughts clogged his mind. He simply lay on the living room floor and began to ponder whether he was truly sad because he genuinely regarded Kento as his father. Or was he sad because Kento's departure reminded him of his family from his previous life? To be frank, when he heard the news of Shimizu Kento's death, Mitsuki wasn't so grief-stricken that he couldn't breathe. Although he was indeed prepared to embrace a new life with a reborn mindset in this life, honestly, Mitsuki and Kento didn't spend much time together. After Chiyoko's death, Shimizu Kento frantically vented his inner turmoil on the battlefield, filled with guilt and hatred. This situation only gradually improved when Mitsuki was 3 years old. Therefore, Shimizu Kento and Mitsuki were often separated, and Shimizu Kento's personality was also silent and reserved. Most of the topics between father and son were even initiated by Mitsuki. But was that really the case? Mitsuki only felt as if an emotion was taking root and sprouting in his heart. Early the next morning, a knock on the door woke Mitsuki. Knock, knock, knock. Shimizu Mitsuki had fallen asleep in the living room at some unknown time last night. Thanks to the person knocking, otherwise, lying on the living room floor, even with his good physical condition in this life, he was ultimately a child's body and would likely get sick. Mitsuki got up, shaking his body, and went to open the door. Outside the door was Mrs. Nohara's daughter, Rin Nohara. Shimizu Mitsuki, of course, knew Rin from the manga, and in reality, the two had met at the reception center. One of the reasons Mrs. Nohara initially came to help at the reception center was to find some playmates for Rin. Good morning, Mitsuki. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? My mom made some tamagoyaki and then went to work. I'm a little lonely eating alone, so I was wondering if you'd like to eat with me. Is that okay? Rin Nohara said cautiously, her gaze flickering away from Shimizu Mitsuki. This was a lie. Rin was here, of course, because she had heard from her mother about the passing of Mitsuki's father, Mr. Shimizu Kento. Although her mother had also said that Mitsuki was an excellent child and could pull himself together. But she was really worried about Mitsuki's state and had to come and see him to feel at ease. Shimizu Mitsuki naturally guessed Rin's thoughts, but he believed his emotions were still calm. In any case, standing outside the door wasn't proper, so he greeted Rin. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten yet. I seem to have overslept today. Thank you, Rin, you're a great help. Come in first. Well then, excuse me for intruding. Rin entered the Shimizu home, carrying a meal box. Shimizu Mitsuki was truly hungry, eating the already cut tamagoyaki in big bites. Mrs. Nohara's tamagoyaki was truly exceptional. Not only was the ratio of egg liquid to milk perfect, but even the appearance was exquisite and beautiful. Even with a slight poke of chopsticks, one could see it jiggle like pudding, revealing astonishing elasticity. Rin watched Shimizu Mitsuki devour his food and couldn't help but think, if Mitsuki were eating something I made, that would be great. But if it were something she made, would Mitsuki still like it so much? Shimizu Mitsuki, out of the corner of his eye, saw that Rin hadn't touched her chopsticks, merely propping her face in her hands and staring blankly at him. What's wrong? Was she scared by the way I eat? That's strange, wasn't I eating like this at the reception center before? In the land of fire, eating someone else's cooking ravenously, like a whirlwind, was the greatest acknowledgement of their culinary skill. Therefore, At the reception center, every time Mitsuki ate like this, Mrs. Nohara would smile very happily, even saying, "Oh, if only Mitsuki-chan could be my daughter, then I could see Mitsuki-chan eating at home too." As for why a daughter, let's not dwell on that for now. In any case, facing the spaced-out Rin, Mitsuki cleared his throat and reminded her. Tamagoyaki gets hard when it cools down. Didn't you teach me that before, Rin? Ah tilde sorry, 0x0. Hearing Mitsuki's voice, Rin finally snapped back to reality and began to eat the tamagoyaki in front of her. She hadn't actually heard what Mitsuki had just said, but she was too embarrassed to ask him. In any case, now was the time to lower her head and eat. This was something Mitsuki had taught her. When you feel awkward, find something to do to make yourself seem busy. Come to think of it, everything Mitsuki teaches me always comes in handy. Rin zoned out again. Shimizu Mitsuki was speechless. Are you an 80-year-old woman? However, after this interlude, Shimizu Mitsuki's mood improved a lot. People always have to look forward, after all. After all, he was an adult inside, no matter what, and couldn't hesitate like a child. Pull yourself together, Shimizu Mitsuki. Since you've had a rebirth, you need to show your true capabilities. Thinking this, Shimizu Mitsuki extended his evil chopsticks, picked up the tamagoyaki from Rin's plate, and put it into his mouth. After hearing her soft gasp, he chewed and mumbled indistinctly. Rin mama, come help me clean up the house. I have a disease where I'll die if I do too much housework tilde. Rin truly heard him this time. She had puffed out her cheeks, like an angry pufferfish, at Mitsuki's villainous action, but after hearing Shimizu Mitsuki's request, she immediately deflated like a balloon. Okay, but Mitsuki, you're not allowed to bully me anymore. And where is there such a disease that sounds like it's just made up? That's a bit difficult. I'll try my best. Ah. It was still Konoha 38. The weather had been gloomy for the past few days. Shimizu Kento's funeral was held together with the ninja who sacrificed their lives alongside him. Before the funeral, Shimizu Mitsuki had gone to see Kento's remains. Fortunately, Shimizu Kento's body was relatively intact, according to the mission description provided by the Anbu. A few days ago, on the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire, some frontline outposts were breached by unknown enemies. However, the enemies did not occupy these outposts. Instead, they used this opening to enter the Fishwater port area within the Land of Fire's coastline. Shimizu Kento's squad's mission was to investigate these hidden enemies. The investigation went smoothly, and according to the intelligence relayed back, the enemies were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from Hidden Mist. However, the evacuation was not smooth. The enemies seemed to have intended to use themselves as bait. When the investigation squad discovered them, the enemies also noticed the investigation squad. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist consist of 7 elite jonin, each wielding a ninja blade with special abilities. Legend has it that the 7 of them working together can conquer a small country overnight. Facing such opponents, it was already difficult for the investigation squad to relay intelligence back to the village, as only Shimizu Kento and Uchiha-en possessed the strength of elite jonin within the squad, and 4 of the other 6 members were still chunin. Moreover, the enemies were well prepared at Fishwater Port. When the investigation squad discovered them, only Biwa Juzo, Suikazan Fuguki, and Hazuka Chizoru showed themselves. The remaining 3 were ambushed outside Fishwater Port. With a pincer attack, the scales of victory naturally tilted towards the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Shimizu Mitsuki did not know the specific details of the battle, but it was imaginable how dire the situation was when facing such opponents. Under the desperate cover of Shimizu Kento and 5 other ninja, Uchiha-en and another jonin from the Aburame clan successfully delivered the intelligence back to Konoha village. Konoha village reacted quickly. The Sandaime, Hiruzen Sarutobi, immediately dispatched Jiraiya to lead a squad to Fishwater Port for a pursuit mission. However, the squad found nothing. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had not brought any subordinates. The 7 elite jonin were highly mobile. Following the senses of an Inazuka clan jonin, they traced their way back to the coastline where the initial breach occurred. Clearly, this was a hidden mist village fishing operation, utilizing the immense strength and mobility of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. After achieving certain results, they would strike and retreat quickly back to hidden mist. It also allowed them to tie down some of Konoha's advanced combat forces, as Konoha, upon learning that the enemies were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from hidden mist, could not possibly send out weaker ninja. In fact, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were also very lucky, because if they had retreated even a little slower, they would have been pursued by Jiraiya's squad, and then the 7 swordsmen would inevitably have lost a few members. Back to the funeral. Shimizu Mitsuki, dressed in black mourning clothes, looked at the already buried Kento. There were also family members of other sacrificed ninja around. Some children, like Mitsuki, sobbed uncontrollably, covering their faces, but they all tried hard not to make a sound. The Sandame also came. He presided over the funeral for the fallen ninja. Where the tree leaves dance, fire will burn. The firelight will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. It was the first time Shimizu Mitsuki truly heard this phrase from Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth. He didn't feel anything special, but the eyes of the other funeral attendees brightened. This world is full of wars, and people's spiritual world is truly empty. Shimizu Mitsuki, who felt the ninja world was a giant pyramid scheme, thought to himself. After the funeral, Shimizu Mitsuki walked home, recalling the man with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on his back at the funeral. He must have been Uchiha En, Kento's friend. Shimizu Mitsuki had planned to thank him after the funeral. After all, he had given him such a precious gift. However, the other party seemed to have no intention of talking to him and left midway through the funeral. He arrived at the Shimizu residence and was about to open the door, but it opened from the inside. Shimizu Mitsuki was startled and immediately prepared to leap back to create distance. Don't be nervous, it's me. Uchiha En came out of the doorway unhurriedly, speaking to Mitsuki, who seemed startled. Shimizu Mitsuki was currently full of confusion. Although infiltration was a basic skill for ninja, Uchiha En had just opened the door directly from the inside. He clearly remembered that he always locked the door when he went out. He had thought that Uchiha En and Shimizu Kento had an unusual relationship, perhaps having been squadmates since graduation, but he never expected Uchiha En to even have a key to his house. Shimizu Mitsuki looked at Uchiha En while thinking, preparing to invite him to sit inside again, but in his line of sight, Uchiha En's eyes changed. From black pupils, they transformed into 3 rotating tomo, then quickly changed into 3 teardrop shapes connected at their ends. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shimizu Mitsuki was shocked. He was even more puzzled as to why Uchiha En would show him these eyes, but his confusion quickly vanished. Uchiha En stopped releasing the genjutsu and quickly moved to embrace Mitsuki, who was about to collapse. After placing Mitsuki on the living room sofa, he did something and then left. Soon after, Shimizu Mitsuki woke up and looked around. I went home after the funeral. At the door, I ran into Kento's teammate, Uchiha En. By the way, how did I faint? The system, which had not appeared for a long time, had an updated prompt panel. Host. Shimizu Mitsuki. Skills. Chakra refining technique, body replacement technique, transcription seal, Aminoto Kodachi, one time. Prayer harvest. None. Male. No new male for now. Shimizu Mitsuki was a little dumbfounded. How did he inexplicably gain a skill, and a one-time one at that? He knew about transcription seal. It was an advanced sealing technique that seals a ninjutsu into other objects, which would automatically activate when a set condition was met. In the manga, Itachi sealed his Amaterasu into Sasuke's eyes. Considering that the last person he saw before fainting was Uchiha En, a simple analysis would clarify the situation. This so-called aim no Tadaruki should be Uchiha En's ocular ninjutsu, a Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that it awakened due to Kento's death? It seems he had underestimated the bond between Uchiha En and Shimizu Kento. Thinking this, Shimizu Mitsuki clicked on the introduction for transcription seal, Aminoto Kodachi. Transcription seal, Aminoto Kodachi. When the host receives a fatal injury, time will be reversed, and the host's body will be rewound to its state 24 hours prior. Shimizu Mitsuki had a premonition from the name of this ocular ninjutsu that it would be related to time. After all, the name Aim no Tadaruki in Japanese mythology refers to a deity who governs time. He just didn't expect the effect of this ninjutsu to be so powerful, almost a mini version of Izanagi. It seems Uchiha En was worried about the safety of Kento's orphan, so he specifically came to give himself an insurance policy. Thinking this, Shimizu Mitsuki suddenly felt a surge of irritation. It might be difficult for someone who hasn't reincarnated to understand this feeling. He was not Shimizu Kento's real child, but an imposter from Blue Star, even consoling himself repeatedly when facing the deaths of Chiyoko and Kento. Yet, he had accepted many gifts from his parents in this life. Shimizu Mitsuki could, of course, continue to comfort himself that as a child, he couldn't refuse. But this time, Shimizu Mitsuki didn't want to make excuses for his indifference. He wanted to do something. At the very least, I need to improve my strength first and find a way to avenge Chiyoko and Kento, against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and Hidden Mist Village. Shimizu Mitsuki had been in this world for almost 5 years, today marked his 5th birthday. For others, this day might be slightly special, but for Mitsuki, it was the most important day, second only to the day of his rebirth. Because, when the clock struck midnight, his system would send him this year's birthday email. And there was also a heart of wishes, plus tomorrow's login would complete a full year of sign-ins, earning him another heart of wishes as a reward. Finally. Ding! You have a new email. The email will disappear in 365 days. Please check it in time. It's here, it's here, it's here. The email content was always the same few lines. Dear host, thank you for your support and companionship to the system over the past year. We hereby present you with a heart of wishes, wishing you a smooth new life. After claiming the system's gift, and with the additional heart of wishes from the automatic sign in completing a full year, Mitsuki's slightly trembling small hand clicked open the wish panel. The 10th consecutive wish had a 100% success rate. According to the system, this wish function was different from the gacha in some games in his previous life. A successful wish would reward him with the skill most suitable for him. Therefore, Mitsuki didn't need to worry about wishing for some useless skill. So, let the wishing begin. Do you wish to expend 9 hearts of wishes for 9 wishes? Note, the 10th wish is guaranteed to be successful. Confirm. 9 hearts of wishes have been consumed. Wishing begins. Wish failed, wish failed. Wish successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Eye of the Heavens, Raikugan, 6 eyes. Raikugan, 6 eyes. Is this truly the most suitable skill for him right now? Since he already drew it, he might as well open it and see. Thinking this, Mitsuki opened the skill description. Skill. Raikugan, 6 eyes. Ability 1. 360-degree long-range vision. Ability 2. See through the principles of most ninjutsu. Ability 3. Chakra trajectory tracking and prediction. Ability 4. Precise chakra manipulation. Ability 5. Minimized chakra consumption. It had the style of the system panel, as minimalist as ever. However, for describing the abilities, it was clear enough. These were chakra version Raikugan, 6 eyes. Not getting the innate technique Limitless was within expectations. After all, Limitless and Raikugan, 6 eyes were 2 different things, and the system wasn't running some buy one get one free promotional event. So Mitsuki didn't feel too disappointed or anything. He took a mirror from the bedside drawer and examined his newly acquired Raikugan, 6 eyes. Perhaps it was because his original pupils were blue. Now, besides becoming a bit brighter, there didn't seem to be any change. He briefly observed his surroundings. He didn't know until he looked, and when he looked, he was shocked. Mitsuki had never felt this way before. In his field of vision, a radius of tens of kilometers centered on himself was completely unobstructed. This range, is it real or fake? Shimizu Mitsuki knew that in the Naruto world, there was a perception ability called Kagura Mind Eye. Its perception range also extended tens of kilometers, but in terms of the information perceived, Kagura Mind Eye couldn't even compare to Raikugan, 6 eyes. He wondered if it was because, compared to cursed energy, chakra had physical energy in addition to spiritual energy, but Mitsuki felt that the burden on his brain wasn't very heavy. In Mitsuki's eyes, he could freely choose whether to see through surrounding buildings and human bodies to view the scenes behind them, and he could also freely observe the chakra within each person's body. This ability was similar to the Byakugan, but its range was much larger than the Byakugan's. The effective detection range of an ordinary Byakugan was only 1 kilometer. Although for an average ninja, a 1 kilometer detection range was already very impressive. However, the gap between that and the tens of kilometers perception range of Raikugan, Six Eyes or Kagura Mind Eye was still very large. Mitsuki suddenly wanted to see what Rin was doing at this time, but given Rin's self-discipline, she must have already gone to sleep. So he turned his gaze towards the Nohara clan. Oh. Rin wasn't asleep yet. She was holding an ugly shark doll, lying on her back on the bed, her cute little head hanging over the edge, seemingly talking to herself. Tomorrow is Mitsuki's birthday. Kento-san just passed away not long ago, so tomorrow, I absolutely cannot let Mitsuki feel lonely. Rin suddenly sat up, as if she had thought of something. How about I stay over at Mitsuki's house tomorrow? Mom should agree. Whether Mrs. Nohara would agree was unknown, but at this moment, Shimizu Mitsuki discovered a drawback of the Raikugan, Six Eyes. That was, he could only see Rin speaking, but couldn't hear her voice. It seems necessary to learn lip reading. By the way, do all ninja of the Hyuga clan know lip reading? Or have they never considered it? It shouldn't be, but the manga indeed didn't show this point. This is a topic worth researching. For Mitsuki, the Raikugan, Six Eyes possessed the investigative information volume comparable to the Byakugan and the perception range of the Kagura Mind Eye. This ability seemed like it could play a significant role in war. However, he hadn't enrolled in the Ninja Academy yet, and it wasn't his turn to go to the battlefield. When he did get to the battlefield, he would just disguise it as exceptional perception ability. After experimenting with the first two abilities, Mitsuki looked at the last one, extremely precise chakra control ability. He thought for a moment. If there was one ninjutsu that best demonstrated chakra control, it would have to be medical ninjutsu. The regrettable thing was that he had never come into contact with medical ninjutsu, and Kento didn't have any such ninjutsu in his collection. As for other ninjutsu, Mitsuki actually thought of one. That was the Rasengan. In the manga, the Cultivate method for the Rasengan could be said to be the most detailed among all ninjutsu, and each stage within it heavily tested chakra control ability. Thinking of this, Shimizu Mitsuki extended his hand, attempting to recreate a Rasengan. As described in the manga, he transformed his chakra into a spherical shape, with wildly spinning chakra inside. As chakra was released, a Zanblue orb slowly appeared in Shimizu Mitsuki's hand. Shimizu Mitsuki was a bit dumbfounded. It succeeded just like that. It couldn't be a fake, could it? He gently pressed the Rasengan in his hand against a corner of his bedside table. Crack! The corner of the table instantly shattered, the cross-section showing many irregular wooden splinters. It was undoubtedly the real deal. Looking at the destruction caused by the Rasengan, Mitsuki dispersed the chakra in his hand. Such power from just a light touch meant it was indeed successful. But he didn't feel much effort in creating the Rasengan. Is this the ultimate chakra control ability? Mitsuki could even feel that his chakra consumption wasn't very high. This indicated that there was not a single trace of wasted chakra when he created the Rasengan. This is truly amazing. Then, the unsealed lightning release he casually made up when he and Kento were looking for topics between father and son, which involved channeling chakra through metal weapons, could actually be developed. That short sword might actually come in handy. Should he give it a name? Unfortunately, whether in his past life or now, Shimizu Mitsuki had always been terrible at naming things. After thinking about names for a while, Shimizu Mitsuki gave up. After all, his mind only came up with names like Frostmourne or Fire's Delight. Shimizu Mitsuki was very satisfied with the Raikugan, Six Eyes he obtained this time, and he continued to tinker and research until very late before finally falling into a deep sleep. Happy birthday, Mitsuki-chan. Happy birthday, Mitsuki. Mitsuki's birthday ended up being celebrated at the Nohara household. Rin's request for a sleepover was rejected by both Mitsuki and Mrs. Nohara. After enjoying dinner at the Nohara home, Mitsuki returned to his own house with two gifts. Ever since Uchiha-en ambushed him, Mitsuki felt he had been living too comfortably in this world. He had not left Konoha village since his transmigration, and he didn't know the living conditions of people in other countries or other ninja villages. However, analyzing the background of the plot from Mitsuki's memories, at least the common people in various small countries lived a precarious existence. Even if it was just to maintain his current peaceful life, Mitsuki had a strong reason to become powerful. Sitting on the living room sofa, Mitsuki opened the gifts from Mrs. Nohara and Rin. Mrs. Nohara's gift was a ninja vest, and Rin's was a ninja tool pouch. Both were very practical gifts, and also the most popular style of gifting in the ninja world currently. Thinking of this, Mitsuki walked to Kento's room and took out the birthday gift box he had found while sorting through his belongings earlier. Thank you for your gift. I've received it. Mitsuki whispered, untied the ribbon, opened the box, and took out the precious short sword prepared jointly by Uchiha-en and Shimizu Kento. Mitsuki planned to name this short sword, Mistcutter. He hoped that in the future, he could personally use this blade to sever the spine of the Hidden Mist, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Konoha Year 39. This year, Shimizu Mitsuki was 6 years old, and today was the opening day of the Konoha Ninja Academy. In the past year, Shimizu Mitsuki had not overexerted his body with frantic training due to Kento's death. As a transmigrator with memories from his previous life, especially a driven young man from the information-explosive 21st century, he naturally knew how to train himself scientifically. At the very least, he couldn't run laps around Konoha every day with a 5-year-old body to train. Even if Mitsuki could endure it, Rin couldn't. That's right, after Rin learned that Mitsuki had learned the chakra refining technique early on, she also seemed to feel that she had been too complacent all this time. So, she pleaded with Mitsuki to let her join the training plan. Thus, even to prevent the adorable Rin-chan from turning into a muscular loli, Mitsuki couldn't set the training intensity too high. Mitsuki, this is great. We're in the same class. Rin said, clenching her fists at her chest and smiling brightly. Yes, it's the first class. Mitsuki casually responded to Rin, his gaze sweeping around. There were quite a few familiar faces: Kakashi, Rado Namiyashi, that black curly hair must be Kurenai Yuhi, and next to her, is that Asuma. No way, Kurenai Yuhi is still so young, and you, Asuma, already have ulterior motives. Mitsuki, what are you looking at? Rin noticed Mitsuki stop observing his surroundings and stare straight ahead. When she followed Mitsuki's gaze, her smile faltered slightly. My apologies, I was just thinking, Mitsuki said, snapping back to reality and immediately clasping his hands together to soothe Rin. But speaking of which, there are so many people. I thought that because of the war, many villagers wouldn't want their children to become ninja. Mitsuki was still too naive and made a common mistake. It's important to know that in the ninja world, ninja had replaced samurai as a major legitimate profession. Although the risks were high, the remuneration for missions was not low. Even a genin could easily support the expenses of an ordinary family with mission rewards. Moreover, in a chaotic world, who wouldn't want to gain power? Coupled with the Sandame's continuous promotion of various heroic deeds of civilian ninja on the battlefield, all of this made the residents of Konoha willing to send their children to the Ninja Academy. Rin responded to Mitsuki's confusion from beside him. Oh, is that so? But when I told my mom I wanted to go to the Ninja Academy, she agreed very easily. It seems I was taking things for granted. Anyway, let's go find our seats in the classroom first. Hi, but Mitsuki doesn't need to worry. After all, adults' thoughts are very hard to guess. Rin was always so understanding. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a boy wearing goggles was helping an old lady with a large backpack, who was walking with difficulty. Thank you, Obito, but it will take a long time to find the place I'm going. Are you sure it's okay? It's fine, Grandma. You'd definitely be very inconvenienced by yourself. That's right, this enthusiastic villager was Uchiha Obito. Today was his enrollment day, but he either forgot or felt that helping the old lady was more important. In any case, he was going to be late. Back at the Ninja Academy, Mitsuki and Rin had already found their seats. Since they had registered for enrollment together, their seats were naturally next to each other. I didn't expect us to be in the same class, Mitsuki, Rin. By the way, have you seen that idiot Obito? Kakashi asked after walking over and greeting them. Before attending the Ninja Academy, Mitsuki, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito had become friends due to certain events. Obito isn't here yet. Class is about to start. If he doesn't come soon, he'll be late. Being late on the first day of school will probably leave a bad impression on the teacher, Rin said worriedly. Mitsuki, pretending to look around, secretly scanned the entire Konoha. He actually found him. So that's it. Kakashi, don't worry, Obito probably went to help an old lady with directions or catch cats and dogs again. Be prepared for him to be late for a whole day, Mitsuki said to Kakashi after narrowing his field of vision. Isn't that the worst case scenario, Mitsuki? Rin complained. Forget it, I'll go find the teacher later to get Obito's enrollment notice, Kakashi said with a sigh. Ding tilde, the bell rang. The three of them returned to their seats and sat down. A middle-aged ninja wearing a ninja vest walked in from outside the classroom door. Hello everyone, my name is Morino Deo, and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. My teaching style is very strict, so be prepared, Morino Deo said with a stern face as he finished his opening remarks. Mitsuki, Teacher Deo seems to be a very strict teacher. Obito is going to be in big trouble, Rin whispered to Mitsuki. It's okay, Kakashi will explain for Obito. Even the strictest teacher will relent when Kakashi pleads. Mitsuki wasn't worried at all. After all, Kakashi's reputation as a genius had spread even before he enrolled, not to mention that Kakashi's father was Tsukumo Hatake. The saying, a tiger father has no dog's son, was very popular even in the ninja world. Alright, starting with the first one on the left, you, introduce yourself, Morino Deo said, pointing at the pineapple-haired boy on the left. How troublesome. What should I say, teacher? The pineapple-haired boy seemed not very good at self-introductions. Just say your name, what you like and dislike, and what your dream is, Morino Deo said, as if he had anticipated this, throwing out a versatile self-introduction template without hesitation. Troublesome. My name is Shikamaru Nara. I like lying around at home, I dislike troublesome things, and my dream is to marry a wife who is neither pretty nor ugly, and then live out my life. Shikamaru Nara sat down after finishing his introduction. Very good, very spirited. Next one, Morino Deo said, not caring about Shikamaru Nara's perfunctory response. After all, his only goal was to give the students in the class an initial impression of each other. My name is Anko Mitarashi. I like dango, I dislike food without sugar, and my dream is to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. My name is Asuma Sarutobi. My name is Shimizu Mitsuki. I like to research ninjutsu, dislike unexpected things, and my dream is to protect my peaceful life. Mitsuki finished his self-introduction in a proper manner and then sat down. So handsome. A girl in the class whispered. This was not surprising. In the Naruto world, where the average lifespan was less than 40, children were always precocious. Moreover, Mitsuki was indeed good-looking in this life, and he himself liked to look at it, otherwise he wouldn't have kept a mirror in his bedside drawer. Ignoring the infatuated young girls, Mitsuki looked out the window. That's right, Mitsuki's seat was the legendary second row by the window at the back, the so-called back row by the window, the king's hometown. But the point wasn't that, it was the green figure running on the playground outside. He also had a banner fluttering behind him, which read, enrollment after running 500 laps. That must be Might Guy, and the large green jumpsuit next to him must be Might Dai. According to the plot, the Sandame should be peeking at the new students' enrollment situation at the Ninja Academy now. The third Hokage, after seeing Guy's perseverance, added Guy, who should have been eliminated from the Ninja Academy's enrollment list, to the list of reserve students. It's hard to say whether Guy's later respect for the third Hokage was partly due to this reason. However, after school, I should still go and encourage this father and son. Might Dai aside, Mitsuki remembered that Guy at this period still cared a lot about what others thought of him. He himself liked the character Guy in his previous life. For the young Guy now, having one more peer who recognized him should help him define his ninja Dao more quickly. My name is Shimizu. Ah no, I am Rin Nohara. I like to cook, don't particularly dislike anything, and my dream is to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. What am I saying? Rin quickly sat down after speaking. Her fair face couldn't help but blush when she thought of her slip of the tongue. In fact, her mind had been preoccupied with what Mitsuki meant by dislike unexpected things during his self-introduction, and by the time she reacted, it had already slipped out. Ah, Mitsuki won't think I'm weird, will he? Rin was still just a young girl who hadn't become a ninja, and she always cared about her image in others' eyes. Actually, Rin's slip of the tongue just now wasn't noticed by many people, including Mitsuki himself, who was solely focused on the two green rare beasts on the playground outside. At this point, the self-introductions were nearing their end. Shimizu Mitsuki suddenly felt a gaze locking onto him, and it wasn't Rin. If it were Rin, his body wouldn't have a warning reaction. Mitsuki used his Raikugan 6 eyes 360-degree vision to look at the source of the gaze, a black-haired girl. Judging by her clothes, she must be from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan indeed had many handsome men and beautiful women, standard long black hair. If it were in his previous life, there would definitely be a large group of people calling her wife. Soon, the girl retracted her gaze from Mitsuki because it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is Uchiha Ruri. I like to become stronger, dislike the weak, and my dream is to become a figure like the first Hokage. Even her voice was the perfect sound of a top female student. Now, I have no choice but to rush in. Ah no, now I have no choice but to pay close attention to this Uchiha Ruri. Konoha's Ninja Academy curriculum was not heavy, and school let out very early in the afternoon. Many ninja families sent their children to the Ninja Academy more to allow their children to make reliable companions and to foster relationships with other ninja family descendants of their generation. These children born into ninja families needed to spend more time after school mastering their family's secret ninjutsu, so the Ninja Academy naturally wouldn't take up too much of the students' time. As for those civilian ninja who truly wanted to learn more ninja knowledge at the Ninja Academy, there was nothing they could do. The ninja world was like this. The gap between civilian ninja and family ninja was huge. Without any fortuitous encounters, they would only be chunin in this life. Only a very few exceptions could break this limit, such as Minato Namikaze, and Shimizu Kento. Mitsuki and Rin walked out of the classroom, while Kakashi went to help Obito get his enrollment notice. Outside the Ninja Academy, 5-year-old Guy, feeling very dejected because he couldn't complete the 500 laps, began to doubt if he was really suited to be a ninja. Guy's father, Might Dai, explained to Guy what self-discipline was, restoring Guy's motivation. Under the setting sun, the father and son embraced and cried. It feels like watching a historical drama. Let's go, Rin. Looking at this world-famous painting-like scene, Mitsuki felt his eyes were defiled. But are these two really okay? Rin expressed incomprehension but respect. It's fine, this is their way of expressing emotions. Mitsuki, seeing Rin's shocked face, briefly explained. However, as he passed the father and son, Mitsuki still stopped and said to Might Guy. I saw your effort on the playground. You will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Keep it up. After saying that, he immediately walked away. He had to leave quickly. What if those two hugged him too and cried together, praising youth? He had to be prepared. Rin also left a word of encouragement, then quickly skipped a few steps to catch up with Mitsuki. Behind them, Guy dazedly said to his father, Father, they weren't mocking me just now, they were encouraging me. That's right. Guy, realizing, quickly shouted his thanks in the direction Mitsuki and Rin had left. Thanks for the support. After Mitsuki and Rin walked the part of the journey they shared, they said goodbye and parted ways. Upon returning home, Mitsuki opened his system panel. Host: Shimizu Mitsuki. Skills: Chakra Refining Technique, Transcription Seal, Aminoto Kodachi, One-Time, Rasengan, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Lightning Release, Earth Run, Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Wish Harvest. Azure Eye, Raikugan, 6 Eyes. Male. No new male. As a student who had just entered the Ninja Academy, such a panel was indeed a bit luxurious, thanks to the Raikugan, 6 Eyes chakra control ability. The more Mitsuki cultivated the ninjutsu from the ninjutsu scrolls Kento left behind, the more he could feel how outrageous this seemingly inconspicuous, so-called ultimate precise chakra control ability truly was. Mitsuki's innate chakra attributes were fire, lightning, and wind. Kento's attributes were only fire and acquired lightning, so Mitsuki only had fire release and lightning release ninjutsu as reference for cultivation. And since acquiring the Raikugan, 6 Eyes through a wish last year, after only 1 year of cultivation, Mitsuki's strength had greatly improved. Especially in ninjutsu. For example, the shadow clone technique, like the Rasengan, basically required no cultivation, he learned it on the first try. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was very similar in its jutsu structure to the Shadow Clone, so he learned it easily with a slight modification. Moreover, Mitsuki had been putting more effort into researching the nature and shape changes of lightning release chakra. He wanted to research a jutsu similar to the third Raikage's lightning release chakra mode from the Hidden Cloud Village. It is well known that most ninja in the Naruto world are glass cannons, and Mitsuki coveted the defensive capabilities of the lightning release chakra mode. However, Mitsuki's research recently hit a stalemate. Considering that it was difficult for him to quickly acquire a body as tempered as the third Raikage's without making a wish, his body's adaptation to lightning release chakra stimulation was very slow. This also made Mitsuki realize that even with the assistance of the Raikugan, 6 Eyes, the research of many ninjutsu was still not simple. He suddenly felt a bit of admiration for research geniuses like Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama. Ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Rin threw a kunai, then immediately made hand signs. The kunai flying in the air instantly multiplied into dozens, clattering as they embedded themselves in the wooden target ahead. Yay! Mitsuki, I succeeded. This was a small grove located on the outskirts of Konoha's 8th training ground, a good spot Mitsuki had found after scanning several circles around Konoha with his Raikugan, 6 Eyes. Few people set foot here, and there was a small river nearby. It was truly an excellent place for a rendezvous between a man and a woman crossed out, and an ideal location for ninja training. Mitsuki walked to the target where Rin had just thrown the kunai and nodded in satisfaction, looking at the depth of the kunai's penetration. The force is acceptable, and the quantity is also good. Congratulations, Rin, you have completely mastered this ninjutsu. So, what kind of training mission should he set for Rin next? Mitsuki began to ponder. Since Rin joined Mitsuki's training, she had successively learned basic chakra control exercises like tree climbing and water walking. In terms of ninjutsu, Mitsuki had also taught Rin the Shadow Clone technique and the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Even compared to other family ninja of her generation, Rin was now astonishingly strong and could already be called a genius. Well, although the title of genius was a relatively cheap one in the Naruto world. As Mitsuki pondered, Rin, hearing his praise, blushed slightly. With her hands behind her back, she tapped her toes on the ground and said, "Hehe, this is all your credit, Mitsuki." In fact, it was true. Although Rin's chakra control ability was not bad, achieving such strength at this age was not something that could be accomplished by effort alone. While effort was important, what was more crucial was that Mitsuki had given Rin a little boost. One must know that Mitsuki's Raikugan, 6 Eyes granted him extremely precise chakra control ability. When Mitsuki made contact with others, as long as the other party did not resist, he could enter their body and control their chakra circulation. Rin naturally would not refuse Mitsuki's entry. Therefore, Mitsuki could completely guide and control the chakra within Rin's body while maintaining contact with her, greatly accelerating her learning speed. Returning to the main topic, Rin's innate chakra affinities were fire and water. Fire release was fine. There were many fire release ninjutsu in the ninjutsu secret scrolls Kento left behind, and Mitsuki himself had a fire affinity, so teaching Rin was no problem. But for water release, Mitsuki thought for a while but couldn't think of any current channels to obtain good water release ninjutsu. In any case, he would start with fire release. Rin, there are even more difficult training missions ahead, so don't be too satisfied with your current achievements. Okay, I understand, Teacher Mitsuki. Excellent, little student Rin, then your next stage of training will be. As he spoke, Mitsuki plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, then held it between two fingers. Suddenly, a flame appeared and quickly burned the leaf to ashes. Just like that. What tilde? Rin blinked her big, round eyes, exclaiming in surprise, then immediately asked humbly. Mitsuki, how did you do that? You didn't make any hand signs, yet the leaf burned by itself. I'm very curious. Oh no, this is too cute. Even after spending so much time together, Mitsuki was still somewhat immune to Rin's unintentional cuteness. Cough. Mitsuki lightly coughed, straightened his face, and began Teacher Mitsuki's little classroom session. This is called chakra nature transformation, an advanced technique for using chakra. Even a Jonin may not fully grasp its essence. That's amazing. In terms of emotional value, Rin never disappointed. When you learn to skillfully use chakra nature transformation techniques, you can incorporate them into your ninjutsu, just like this. Mitsuki was a practical person. He believed that no amount of theory was as clear and understandable as seeing it with one's own eyes. Mitsuki pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool pouch Rin had given him. To help Rin see more clearly, he slowed down his movements. He made hand signs, exhaled a stream of fire from his mouth, and then threw the kunai. It wasn't over yet. Mitsuki again used the shuriken shadow clone technique, and the flame-infused kunai instantly split into more than a dozen. Boom. After hitting the target, the flaming kunai not only didn't stop but caused a chain of small flame explosions. This is fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson, with chakra nature transformation added. Ordinary Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson can only attach flames to the kunai, slightly increasing its attack range and damage, but it cannot trigger an explosion again after hitting the target. Actually, Mitsuki could have created many more kunai clones, but since it was just a demonstration, there was no need to go to that extent. Then why not just throw multiple kunai directly? That way, you wouldn't need to release the subsequent shuriken shadow clones, the enemy would have less reaction time, and it would save a lot of chakra, right? Rin was good at thinking and raised her question after Mitsuki's demonstration. That's true, but chakra nature transformation is a very precise technique. Just attaching it to one kunai is already quite difficult. Using the shuriken shadow clone technique afterward can greatly reduce the difficulty of the ninjutsu. This is also a clever compound ninjutsu. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of kunai you can throw yourself. Once Rin's chakra reserves increase later, using the shuriken shadow clone will greatly enhance the power of this ninjutsu, truly unleashing the might of such a compound ninjutsu. The cunning Mitsuki had long anticipated Rin's question, so he recited his prepared answer. But there was actually another reason Mitsuki didn't mention, and that was that kunai were too expensive, especially during wartime. One must know that these kunai, infused with fire attribute chakra, would lose their lethality after one use, their tips burned blunt. For regular training, it was fine, they could be recycled and reused. But on the battlefield, if he didn't use the shuriken shadow clone, he would just throw a large number of them. It was very convenient, but he wasn't a rich woman like Tenten, he really couldn't afford such tactics. In the manga, the effect of the shuriken shadow clone technique varied among different users, aside from the carrier, with some using Fuma shuriken and others using kunai. This ninjutsu, which appeared quite often in the manga, can be divided into two categories. One is the shuriken shadow clone technique used by others, and the other is the shuriken shadow clone technique used by Minato Namikaze. The shuriken shadow clone used by Minato Namikaze in the Rorin movie had immense destructive power. If others' ninjutsu were small pistols, then Minato Namikaze's was a floating cannon. So Mitsuki speculated that Minato Namikaze must have incorporated wind attribute chakra nature transformation into the shuriken shadow clone technique, which caused such a significant difference between his shuriken shadow clone and others. Thus, Mitsuki began to research the effects of different attribute chakras attached to kunai, and he actually achieved results. Different chakra attachments had compatibility with the carrier. As mentioned earlier, Mitsuki's innate chakra affinities were fire, wind, and lightning. Fire attribute chakra, for example, was more suitable for attaching to kunai with a larger surface area. Wind and lightning attribute chakra, on the other hand, were suitable for attaching to kunai and sanban respectively. It must be said that Mitsuki did have some research talent. After completing their daily training, Mitsuki and Rin prepared to visit the ninja tool shop, as their recent training had consumed quite a bit of supplies. The ninja profession, while high in income, also had considerable expenses. On their way to the ninja tool shop, Mitsuki and Rin overheard many villagers whispering to each other. Have you heard? Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, voluntarily abandoned a mission. What? You mean the White Fang? HMPH, still calling him, the White Fang. All the advantages gained through hardship on the front lines are now gone. I heard the village suffered significant losses. It seems it's the White Fang's suicide incident. Yes, the timing matches up, Mitsuki thought to himself. In the original plot, during Kakashi's first year at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, committed suicide. The original sequence of events was that during a mission, Tsukumo Hatake's comrade sustained life-threatening injuries, and he chose to abandon the mission to save his comrade's life, which in turn caused the village to suffer significant losses. Upon returning to the village, although his comrade's life was no longer in danger, the villagers, upon learning of the incident, began to criticize Tsukumo Hatake. Suddenly, overwhelming public pressure bore down on Tsukumo Hatake, and rumors even spread from unknown sources that Tsukumo Hatake had betrayed the village. In the end, even the ninja Tsukumo Hatake had saved began to accuse him. The ultimate result was Tsukumo Hatake's suicide. Frankly, before Tsukumo Hatake's suicide, no one had imagined that a man capable of earning the title of White Fang of Konoha, on the battlefield, such a fierce individual, would end his life in such a shocking manner. Mitsuki, they seem to be talking about. Rin was the first to speak on their way to buy ninja tools. It seems to be about Kakashi's father, but the specific details can't be determined by just a few words from the villagers. Mitsuki naturally knew the situation, but he hadn't yet decided what role he wanted to play in this incident. Of course, if he could save him, he would. Mitsuki, in his previous life, also regretted the White Fang's early demise. Moreover, for him and Rin, Kakashi was also a good friend. However, in the matter of the White Fang's suicide, no one knew how much manipulation was involved, and Mitsuki couldn't guarantee how much of an impact he could make. While Mitsuki was still contemplating, he suddenly felt Rin tugging at his sleeve. Mitsuki, look ahead. Rin pointed to a small group of people gathered not far away, unable to see the situation inside. It's Kakashi and Obito. They're in conflict with a few other villagers. Mitsuki easily obtained the information through his Raikugan, Six Eyes X-ray vision. Being at the center of the storm, Kakashi naturally knew his father's current predicament in Konoha village. However, despite being called a genius, Kakashi still couldn't find a good way to improve his father's reputation, which made Kakashi increasingly irritable recently. The current Kakashi was like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark, leading to the situation Mitsuki and Rin were now witnessing. The street argument continued, seemingly escalating. Kids, do you know how many ninjas sacrificed themselves on the front lines to gain an advantage? A ninja's duty is to complete missions. Arbitrarily interrupting a mission, does such a person truly deserve to be a ninja? Several villagers, as if they had found an outlet, furiously ranted at Obito and Kakashi. My father, he's not that kind of person. Kakashi was angry, but his verbal attack power still needed improvement. You bastards, Kakashi's father interrupted the mission to protect his comrades. Don't any of you bastards have friends? Obito, at this moment, uncharacteristically stood on the same side as Kakashi. Although Obito usually disliked Kakashi's arrogant demeanor, he still regarded Kakashi as his true friend in his heart. To voluntarily abandon such an important mission, I think the so-called White Fang of Konoha is simply a traitor to Konoha. At this point, one of the loudest shouting individuals exclaimed. The implication behind this statement was quite serious. Kakashi, who initially didn't want to escalate the situation, instantly turned red-hot and instinctively reached for the ninja tool pouch on his lower back. Oh, betraying the village, you really dare to say that? Mitsuki instantly appeared beside Kakashi, holding his hand, and at the same time whispered to Kakashi. Don't be impulsive. Your father's situation isn't something that can be solved by silencing one or two people. Who are you? Are you here to speak for that person too? What do you kids know? You were the one shouting just now, weren't you? Mitsuki's gaze fell upon the tall, thin man with small eyes. So what? Without permission, he arbitrarily interrupted the mission, why can't I? Enough. His words were cut off by Mitsuki before he could finish. Hokage-sama has never said that Mr. Sakumo betrayed the village. Where do you get the courage to slander a hero of the village? Or are you questioning Hokage-sama's judgment? You kid, I didn't mean to question Hokage-sama. The tall, thin man paused, just about to say something more when gathering a crowd and causing trouble in the village, spreading rumors. I think you want to visit the Uchiha military police force, right, Obito? The military police force will definitely arrest all you bastards. Obito, hearing Mitsuki's words, immediately picked up the cue. TCH, just a few bratty kids. The tall, thin man and several people around him, after hearing Mitsuki and Obito's act, especially seeing the Uchiha clan crest on Obito, left after leaving a few harsh words. Although it was a bit unfair to the Uchiha, it had to be said that evil still needs evil to grind it down. Against these ignorant villagers, the Uchiha's threat was quite effective. Thank you, Mitsuki, Kakashi thanked Mitsuki. If Mitsuki hadn't stopped him just now, the situation would have been much worse. After the crowd dispersed, Rin, who had been outside, finally managed to meet up with everyone. Mitsuki, you suddenly disappeared and gave me a fright. Sorry, it was an emergency. Just as Kakashi was about to act, Mitsuki only had time to say to Rin, it's troublesome, before using the body flicker technique to instantly appear beside Kakashi from above the crowd. Kakashi also reacted at this moment. The speed at which Mitsuki had suddenly appeared beside him, was that the body flicker technique that only Jonin could master. Faced with the conflict, Mitsuki acted calmly, while he himself was impulsively hot-headed. Compared to Mitsuki, his title of genius was truly undeserved. Thanks to you, Mitsuki, you've been a great help, these bastards. Obito was still fuming. Don't be so quick to thank me. The important thing is what you plan to do next, Kakashi. I don't know. Father is now holed up at home and hasn't shown any reaction to the public opinion in the village. Are you going to stand by and do nothing? Of course not, but so many people in the village are talking about father, and abandoning the mission is a fact. I don't know what to do. This was indeed the case. Regardless of whether there were deeper calculations and darkness within the public opinion storm in the village, the fact that the White Fang abandoned the mission and caused losses to the village was undeniable. Then, Kakashi, ask for help. Don't try to bear everything alone. Asking friends for help when facing difficulties isn't shameful. Or are you saying you don't consider us friends? Looking at Mitsuki's serious expression, Kakashi paused, then quickly reacted, composed himself, and said with determination in his eyes. I need your help, Mitsuki, Obito, Rin, please help me. I'd help you even if you didn't ask, you arrogant Kakashi, Obito said with a triumphant look, seeing Kakashi perk up again. Although I might not be of much help, I will do my best, Rin responded earnestly. Then, without further ado, let's find a place to discuss our battle plan. We're going to be busy. Alright. At a Konoha park, Mitsuki and the other three were discussing their plan. The information we have now is that your father, White Fang, voluntarily gave up the mission, and it wasn't because he encountered an impossible situation, Mitsuki said, looking at Kakashi. That's right. With father's strength, he could have completed the mission even by himself. Then, can't Kakashi's father claim that he encountered a powerful enemy and couldn't complete the mission? Obito thought for a moment and proposed a solution. No, first of all, whether Mr. Sakumo is willing to lie, even if he is, the fact that the mission was not completed remains, and the outcome hasn't changed, Mitsuki retorted. Then can't the ninja that Uncle Sakumo saved come forward and explain the situation? If the situation was truly dire, the villagers should be able to understand. Rin also offered her idea. No, you probably don't know this yet, but the person my father saved, he was also among those attacking my father, Kakashi said with a sigh and a bitter smile. What does Mr. Sakumo himself think? Mitsuki asked Kakashi again. Father is still in good spirits, but he just doesn't want to go out, and he hasn't told me what he plans to do. Kakashi was troubled, seemingly a bit dissatisfied with Sakumo Hatake. Is Uncle Sakumo planning to wait for the storm to pass with time? Rin felt a hint of doubt. Wasn't that a bit passive? Although it's a bit hard to believe, there is indeed such a possibility. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why father is clearly calm yet still stays indoors. Kakashi actually somewhat agreed with Rin's view. No, there's no such possibility, Mitsuki said decisively. Why? I also think what Rin said makes sense, Obito wondered. Indeed, not showing up when public opinion is at its peak, and waiting for the storm to pass, might be a passive but effective method. However, you've overlooked one thing, Mitsuki explained to the three confused individuals. Seeing their curious gazes, Mitsuki didn't keep them in suspense and continued. Rin, in your opinion, if you could only choose one between a comrade's life and a mission vital to the village's interests, which would you choose? Rin tilted her head, thinking hard. To her, this was indeed a question that was difficult to decide on immediately. On one hand, she really wanted to choose a comrade's life. On the other hand, the ninja education she had always received and the environment she lived in told her that the rules of the ninja world were to complete missions. I don't know, I might only be able to make a choice when the actual decision needs to be made, she finally said honestly, stating her viewpoint. Then let me rephrase it. If I were severely injured, but saving me would lead to mission failure, Rin, what would you do? Of course, I'd save you, Mitsuki. Rin answered without hesitation. In Rin's view, saving Mitsuki and completing the mission were not even a choice. The problem lies here. Mitsuki, your meaning is that the key to the incident isn't how the villagers view father, but how the person who was saved views father. Since, at the moment of decision, he chose to save a comrade even if it meant mission failure, then I don't believe Mr. Sakumo wasn't prepared to be condemned by everyone. Only the accusation from the person who was saved is truly the sharp blade piercing white fang. Mitsuki laid out his thoughts completely. If you were saved, just honestly be grateful. Obito, after hearing Mitsuki's analysis, couldn't help but start cursing. Thank you, my internet mouth stand-in. It must be said that having a straightforward friend like Obito by your side is indeed a good thing. So, our main goal now should be to find the person who was saved, and just make that scoundrel apologize to Kakashi's father. Obito continued to vent. Indeed, if Uncle Sakumo's mission failure caused losses to the village, then the villagers' anger is unavoidable. However, that person, in particular, should not criticize Uncle Sakumo from the position of a victim. Rin believed she was willing to sacrifice her life for the village. But if she were saved by a comrade without her knowledge, when that comrade was blamed, she would only attribute all fault to herself and would never harm her well-meaning comrade. Moreover, frankly speaking, mission failure itself is the responsibility of the entire squad. Even if Sakumo Hatake was the captain, the fact that a team member's injury affected the continuation of the mission is also true. Alright, Mitsuki said, seeing that everyone's opinions were consistent. Now that we have a plan, let's start executing it. First, we need to find that scoundrel. Slip of the tongue. We need to find the person who was saved. Kakashi, you should have information, right? Mitsuki was also led astray by Obito. It must be said that occasionally swearing is not without its enjoyment. Hearing Mitsuki's question, Kakashi thought back and said, the comrade father saved is named Shimura Arima, and he should still be hospitalized at Konoha Hospital. Shimura. Mitsuki muttered. Did you find anything, Mitsuki? Obito had been staring intently at Mitsuki's every move since Mitsuki started his analysis. Obito actually admired, or rather envied, people with flexible minds like Mitsuki and Kakashi. Mitsuki's analysis just now greatly impressed Obito, and a sentence kept repeating in his mind. This is exactly me. On the way to Konoha Hospital. Kakashi asked Mitsuki, after we meet Shimura Arima, how can we make him apologize to father? This was also what Rin and Obito wanted to ask internally. I don't know, Mitsuki replied unhurriedly. Nani? Times 3. Hey, that joke isn't funny, Mitsuki. Quickly tell us your good idea, Mitsuki, Obito said, implying that Dora Mitsuki was just joking with him. I'm not joking, and I really haven't thought about how to make that Shimura Arima apologize to Mr. Sakumo, Mitsuki said slowly again. Then shouldn't we discuss the plan again? Since that Shimura Arima already chose to backstab Uncle Sakumo, someone who evades responsibility like that wouldn't easily be willing to apologize to Uncle Sakumo, right? Rin wanted to hold another strategy meeting. Mitsuki, you must have another way. It seems you never intended for Shimura Arima to apologize from the start. You just asked for Shimura Arima's location, Kakashi said, realizing something. Come to think of it, Mitsuki really didn't say what he wanted Shimura Arima to do. Obito tried to recall their previous conversation. Rin also cast a questioning gaze at Mitsuki, her face clearly showing her curiosity. Mitsuki smiled at Rin and said, the key to the matter is Shimura Arima, but it's not just Shimura Arima. Then Mitsuki looked at Kakashi and continued, it's also you, Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Kakashi pointed at himself with one index finger. Me. That's right, it's you. The point was never whether Shimura Arima would apologize to Mr. Sakumo, but that you, Kakashi, as Mr. Sakumo's only son, went to see Shimura Arima and demanded he apologize to Mr. Sakumo. Mitsuki looked at Kakashi and said seriously. His objective, from beginning to end, was to prevent White Fang's suicide. The villagers, public opinion or anything else was secondary. When he heard the surname Shimura, he understood that getting Shimura Arima to apologize to give White Fang the motivation to live again was probably impossible. Everyone who had watched Hokage knew who the most famous person with the surname Shimura was, undoubtedly, the 5.5th Hokage, Danzo Shimura. This wasn't Mitsuki's wild guess. The original plot mentioned that White Fang's squad was on a highly classified mission deep in enemy territory. Such a mission, even if it failed, wouldn't be widely publicized in the village. Because for such classified missions, whether successful or failed, the information about the mission's outcome itself held certain value. During wartime, every village would inevitably have enemy spies mixed in. If the results of every classified mission were made public, then the ninja villages would have been in chaos long ago. On the other hand, public opinion is, after all, just public opinion. A few spits from villagers might kill a samurai, but trying to kill a ninja with it would be a joke. So, the mastermind's objective in this matter was very clear. Just make Konoha's White Fang depressed for a while, let him bear some infamy and stains, and that would be enough. Considering Danzo's objective, he was likely worried that as White Fang, Sakumo Hatake, accumulated more and more military achievements on the battlefield, it would eventually affect Orochimaru's succession as fourth Hokage. A White Fang burdened with stains would naturally be unable to compete with the third Hokage's disciple, who had a strong background. This matter naturally couldn't be hidden from the third Hokage, but the third Hokage at this time also favored his disciple, Orochimaru, so he tacitly allowed Danzo's small actions. There was one thing that neither the third Hokage nor Danzo Shimura had considered. They had received ninja education since childhood, and they were even taught by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In their view, for a ninja, such public pressure was truly insignificant, but the Hatake family was different. As is well known, the Hatake family transitioned from a samurai family, so this kind of insult and cursing was extremely damaging to Sakumo Hatake. Simply put, Tsukumo Hataki's defenses were broken. Therefore, Mitsuki's objective was also very simple, to give Tsukumo Hataki a reason to live. As long as a person has an excuse, death is not a decision that can be made simply. Moreover, in Mitsuki's opinion, Tsukumo Hataki probably didn't have the ambition to become Hokage. He likely wanted to end the war more, and properly accompany Kakashi as he grew up. Kakashi, you are Mr. Tsukumo's only relative. As long as Mr. Tsukumo sees your actions and determination, then as long as his own mindset isn't affected, any external public opinion will eventually disappear with time. But so many people in the village. I'm sorry, I'm not saying I don't believe you, Mitsuki. Although Kakashi believed Mitsuki's words, he couldn't help but worry. No, buts, trust my judgment. Mitsuki didn't mind Kakashi's words, because he understood the more one cares, the more careful one becomes. He had the same psychology when facing Kento. After reviewing the plan one more time, the four arrived at Konoha Hospital. After asking the duty ninja, they went to Shimura Arima's ward. In front of the ward, Kakashi stepped up and knocked on the door. Come in. Excuse us. Entering the ward, they saw a man half reclining on the hospital bed. He had short black hair, was wrapped in many bandages, and looked gaunt. Although it was wartime, Konoha Hospital, as the largest hospital in the ninja world, did not have overcrowded beds. Shimura Arima's ward only housed him. You're Shimura Arima, do you know what you've done? Obito saw the person he was cursing at and immediately started his tirade. After all, he also knew that their objective wasn't to make Shimura Arima do anything. In his opinion, it was enough to just come and scold this scumbag who betrayed his comrades. That hair, you're Kakashi, aren't you? Shimura Arima ignored Obito and instead immediately called out Kakashi's name. Obito, who was about to say something else, was pulled behind Kakashi by Mitsuki and Rin, one arm each. Alright, Obito, let Kakashi do his thing for now. Rin whispered to Obito. HMPH. Although Obito was displeased, he quieted down. I want to know why you accused my father. Since father was willing to abandon the mission to save you, then you two should have had a good relationship, right? Why did you say such things? Kakashi's voice unconsciously grew louder towards the end. Looking at Kakashi in front of him, even though he was wearing a mask and his expression couldn't be seen. Shimura Arima didn't answer him. Instead, he grabbed the crutch by the bed and, with some effort, got out of bed from the direction of the door. It was then that everyone realized that half of Shimura Arima's lower leg was gone. Shimura Arima limped to Kakashi's front, softly said, I'm sorry, and then actually knelt before Kakashi, performing a dageza. But before Kakashi could say anything, Shimura Arima immediately stood up again, supporting himself with his crutch. Kakashi tried to help him, but Shimura Arima waved him off. After this, Shimura Arima lay back on the hospital bed, refusing any further communication. After trying to communicate without success, the group exchanged glances and walked out of Konoha Hospital. Kakashi had imagined a million scenarios for meeting Shimura Arima, but he had never anticipated this situation. Although Mitsuki hadn't expected it either, he wasn't unable to understand. Mr. Tsukumo wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. And a teammate he was willing to interrupt a mission to save would naturally not be some heinous villain. Moreover, he had noticed that there was a bouquet of carnations by Shimura Arima's bed, and judging by the color of the flowers, they must have been freshly replaced that morning. However, there was no need to delve into these clues. Regardless of the reason behind Shimura Arima's unusual behavior, it wouldn't affect Mitsuki and the others' subsequent actions. Kakashi, what do you think? Mitsuki wanted to know Kakashi's current thoughts. I feel that Shimura Arima didn't seem to accuse my father out of his own will, there might be some reasons I don't know. Kakashi propped his chin with one hand, deep in thought. But he doesn't want to talk to us at all now, Obito interjected, grumbling. At least we know now that Shimura Arima feels guilty towards Uncle Tsukumo. Uncle Tsukumo should feel a little better after knowing that. Rin also joined the discussion. Mitsuki, seeing Kakashi's expression from the side, mused that he needed to give Kakashi a strong dose of medicine. Mitsuki grabbed Kakashi's shoulders, making him look directly into his eyes. Kakashi, there's only one thing you need to do next. You must act with the worst possible outcome in mind. That your father, Tsukumo Hatake, might commit suicide due to public opinion, and go persuade your father. I understand. He didn't question Mitsuki's reasons, nor was there any need to. Since his own strength wasn't enough, then trusting his companions was sufficient. Kakashi now understood this deeply. The group arrived at their final planned destination, the Hatake residence. Kakashi led everyone into the reception room. Kakashi took a deep breath. Then, I'm going. Stinky Kakashi, you can definitely do it. Go, Kakashi. Don't worry, Kakashi, in the worst case scenario, you can just lie on the ground and throw a tantrum. Sometimes, as a child, it's better not to pretend to be too mature, Mitsuki said with a profound expression. I would never act like Obito and throw a tantrum, Kakashi refused verbally, but deep down, he thought that if things really didn't work out, using Mitsuki's suggestion might not be a bad idea. He truly lived up to his future self, the man who would read adult books in front of his students. Kakashi turned and walked with firm steps to find Tsukumo Hatake. The remaining three sat on the tatami in the reception room. After Kakashi left, Obito couldn't help but ask Mitsuki, Mitsuki, why do you think Uncle Tsukumo might commit suicide? Rin was also very curious, her two cute brows furrowed as she looked at Mitsuki with confusion. I say, aren't you overestimating Mr. Tsukumo's endurance? But Uncle Tsukumo is known as Konoha's White Fang. How could a ninja like him commit suicide? And with Kakashi there, Uncle Tsukumo should also consider him, right? That's just your idealized view of adults. An old good guy like Mr. Tsukumo is actually very sensitive deep down. Just like Kento, always so self-righteous, a thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't voice it. Mitsuki didn't offer further explanations. Before such things happen, most people wouldn't believe it. If he hadn't known the plot, he also wouldn't have believed that Konoha's White Fang would commit suicide. And even after doing all this, Mitsuki couldn't guarantee that he could change the original outcome, but he felt he had done his best. Mitsuki leaned back and lay down on the tatami. Hey, Mitsuki, I didn't understand. Say a few more words. I'm sure I'll understand next time. Rin, you probably didn't understand either, right? I understood. Huh. He ignored the noise in his ears. Speaking of which, Rin's father died on the battlefield before she could remember him. Obito's parents were both dead, and Mitsuki's own situation was even worse. Now, he only hoped Kakashi could successfully counsel Tsukumo Hatake, otherwise, their four-person team might as well be renamed the Father Troubled Alliance. On the other side, outside the Hatake residence's ancestral shrine, Tsukumo Hatake had been staying inside recently. Kakashi organized his thoughts, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Is that Kakashi? It's me, father. Hearing the response from inside, Kakashi directly pushed open the door, and the long-awaited sunlight streamed into the room. Previously, Kakashi had only noticed his father's usual smile, but he had overlooked the dry, messy white hair, the sunken eye sockets, and cheeks. Father, I have something to tell you. That guy Kakashi didn't find Uncle Tsukumo, did he? It's been so long. The impatient Obito started to get restless. Obito, be quiet for a moment. We are guests at Kakashi's house right now. Rin finally couldn't stand Obito's jumping around anymore. Mitsuki, stop sleeping. That guy Kakashi must have messed up. Now it's time for Grandpa Obito to step in. Mitsuki lay on the tatami, oblivious to the outside world, but he wasn't asleep. He had been observing Kakashi's actions with his Raikugan, Six Eyes. Not long after he acquired Raikugan, Six Eyes through a wish, Mitsuki had already taught himself lip reading. Now, it was like he was watching a live broadcast. You really are something, Kakashi. Yes, say it just like that. I didn't expect it, Kakashi, you actually used it. Is this really the solution? The third Hokage will be busy. Mitsuki only sat up after watching the father and son's conversation end and seeing them walk towards him. It's over. Kakashi should have succeeded. At this moment, Kakashi and Tsukumo Hatake also pushed open the reception room door and walked in. I've heard everything from Kakashi. Thank you for everything you've done. I'm an incompetent father, and I've caused you trouble. The first thing Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi did upon entering was to bow deeply to Mitsuki and the other two, thanking them. You're welcome. We just did what partners should do, Mitsuki replied first. Hehe, Uncle Tsukumo, no need to be polite. Kakashi is no good, but you really should thank Grandpa Obito. Obito looked at Kakashi bowing to him, and he didn't know what he was thinking, his grin almost reaching his ears. Uncle Tsukumo, please get up quickly. Mitsuki was the one who came up with most of the ideas. Rin truly didn't feel she had played much of a role, but she once again realized how amazing Mitsuki was, not just in ninja strength, but in many other areas. Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi straightened up. Tsukumo Hatake's gaze swept over Mitsuki and the other two, lingering on Mitsuki for a few seconds, and finally spoke to Kakashi. Kakashi, it's truly your good fortune to have companions like them. Kakashi, you must also cherish your companions. Of course, father, Kakashi said proudly. Well, it's getting late. I'd like to treat you all to dinner. Feel free to say whatever you'd like to eat, Tsukumo Hatake said with a smile. Yay! I want to eat barbecue. Obito was the first to raise both hands in agreement. Of course, Tsukumo Hatake certainly wasn't short on money to treat a few children. So, the group headed towards the barbecue restaurant. Along the way, they could still hear some gossip, but Tsukumo Hatake now had a new reason to live. In short, Tsukumo Hatake had grown a thicker skin. Well, humans evolved from monkeys, so they always grow. Konoha has many barbecue restaurants, but the most outstanding and famous in terms of taste is the one Mitsuki and his friends were currently at, though it was also the most expensive. Oh my, it's Lord White Fang. It's been a long time since I've seen you out. You've brought quite a few children today. The barbecue restaurant owner seemed to know Tsukumo Hatake. This was not surprising, the barbecue restaurant owner was once a ninja himself, so he naturally knew the famous Konoha's White Fang. Yes, these are all Kakashi's friends. We have quite a few people, so please arrange a private room, Tsukumo Hatake also responded warmly to the owner. At the dinner table, Obito, who had been holding back the entire way, asked Kakashi many questions. Retire. That's right. Uncle Tsukumo is going to retire. Really? But if that's the case, wouldn't Uncle Tsukumo's immense strength be a waste? Uncle Tsukumo might even become the fourth Hokage. You're really treading on thin ice, Obito. But even Obito realized Tsukumo Hatake had the potential to compete for Hokage, which explains why things turned out this way today, Mitsuki thought to himself. I actually think retiring is a good choice, Mitsuki expressed his support. He had known about this since they were at the Hatake residence, as he had watched the entire live broadcast. Alright, Obito, Rin. Since Mr. Tsukumo has made his decision, our support is enough. Strength is only meaningful when used to protect important people, not necessarily in the capacity of a ninja. Mitsuki realized he seemed to have become a kindergarten teacher, constantly having to act as a magical conch for a group of children. The meal was enjoyed by all. Mitsuki and the others weren't huge eaters, so there was no delightful incident of an empty wallet. The owner even enthusiastically gave them 2 extra plates of barbecue. It proved that there were still many people in the village who respected Tsukumo Hatake. Konoha is like this. Ninja-samas only need to complete their missions, but we Ninja Academy students have a lot more to consider. Was that a bit too much, Mitsuki? Rin's voice came from beside him. No, this pressure is just right. The morning classes hadn't started yet, and Mitsuki was sitting in his seat, enjoying Rin's shoulder massage. He had played ninja games all day yesterday, and today he still had to go to this boring school. Beside them, Yuhi and Anko walked into the classroom, laughing and chatting. Seeing Rin, Anko held a string of dango as if it were a kunai, her eyes sharp as she walked over to Rin and said, "Don't spoil Mitsuki too much. If you two get married in the future, Rin, won't he dominate you for your whole life?" Married. Me and Mitsuki. That's right, didn't you say it on the first day during your self-introduction? My name is Shimizu. Woo woo tilde. Rin, blushing, quickly covered Anko's mouth, only to get her hands covered in dango sauce. You too, be a bit more ladylike, Yuhi leaned in to separate them. Honestly, Mitsuki, didn't you say that life doesn't have many spectators? And Anko, didn't you say you didn't hear my self-introduction clearly when I enrolled? Huh. If I hadn't heard it clearly, how could I have told you that I didn't hear it clearly? Ignoring the usual bickering of the girls beside him, Mitsuki, estimating the time was right, activated his Raikugan, Six Eyes and focused his attention on the Hokage building. Ever since he gained the Raikugan, Six Eyes, Konoha, in Mitsuki's view, had no privacy whatsoever. Mitsuki even knew exactly how many times Danzo went to the toilet en route every day. Unfortunately, most of Root's intelligence was transmitted in encrypted form, and without seeing Root's codebook, he didn't know what Root had been busy with lately. Luckily, yesterday he had asked Tsukumo Hatake when he would submit his resignation to the third Hokage. He naturally couldn't miss something like Tsukumo Hatake resigning from being a ninja. Hurry up and submit it. On the other side, Tsukumo Hatake was a man of action, and the next day he went to the Hokage building with his ninja resignation letter. In Konoha, ninjas usually choose to retire due to injuries sustained during a mission or various unavoidable reasons that prevent them from continuing their ninja profession. Those who voluntarily retire are rare. Generally, only lower-level ninjas who fear war would do so. Inside the Hokage office, an Anbu appeared instantly. Hokage-sama, Tsukumo Hatake requests an audience. During wartime, seeing the Hokage required notification from Anbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was reviewing mission scrolls, heard the Anbu's words and said, "Let him in." Yes. Given permission, Tsukumo Hatake arrived at the Hokage office door and knocked. Come in. Ah, Tsukumo. Recently, there have been some unfavorable remarks about you in the village. I hope you don't take them too much to heart. Actually, Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't really thought about doing anything about Tsukumo's failed mission. The war was already occupying enough of his thoughts, engaging in internal strife now would be utterly foolish. But there really was someone foolish. His dear old teammate Danzo had actually leaked the news of Tsukumo Hatake aborting his mission behind his back. Once the news had spread, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no good way to salvage the situation, as it was a fact that Tsukumo Hatake had failed his mission, and it was also a fact that the village had suffered losses. Not imposing any punishment on Tsukumo Hatake was already the most he could do. If he forcibly tried to suppress the news, he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, might well be scorned by the villagers along with Tsukumo Hatake the very next day. As Hokage, he still had some image anxiety. On another note, Hiruzen Sarutobi, having been deeply involved in politics for many years, could naturally see who would be the biggest beneficiary of Danzo's actions. Orochimaru was originally his choice for Hokage, but recently Orochimaru and Danzo had been getting closer and closer. He was a bit worried that the position of Hokage in Orochimaru's hands might not be a good thing. Tsukumo Hatake had no idea Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking so much. He was here today for only one thing. Resignation. Resignation. Still resignation. Hokage-sama, I know this failed mission has caused great losses to the village, and I must bear the greatest responsibility. No one can always succeed. As Hokage, I also bear some responsibility. Hokage-sama, you don't need to comfort me. After this lesson, I've realized that I'm not suited to continue being a ninja. Here is my resignation letter. Tsukumo Hatake handed the already prepared document to Hiruzen Sarutobi with both hands. Well, coincidentally, there's a, what? Resignation. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his chair, looking bewildered. The detailed process won't be mentioned, but Mitsuki, on the other side, thoroughly enjoyed watching. Especially after Tsukumo Hatake left, when Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, "Call Danzo over here." Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely angry now. The war situation on the front lines was already bad, and he had incompetent teammates dragging him down in the village. He now missed the days when teacher Tobarama was around. Why hadn't he noticed Danzo's foolish side back then? Hasn't Danzo arrived yet? Hiruzen, what do you need me for? Danzo walked into the Hokage office with his usual grim expression. As assistant Hokage, he naturally didn't need to be announced to see the Hokage, especially when Hiruzen Sarutobi had actively sought him out. See for yourself. Hiruzen Sarutobi tossed Tsukumo Hataki's resignation letter to Danzo. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. After catching and reading the scroll, he seemed to know he was in the wrong, but he naturally wouldn't admit it, especially not to Hiruzen. He didn't speak, and Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't speak. They just stared at each other in silence. This, however, made Mitsuki on the other side anxious. Are you two putting on a silent play? Finally, Danzo spoke first. Hiruzen, you agreed. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe and said, what else could I do? This incident was caused by you leaking mission information first. On what grounds could I refuse Tsukumo's request? You're too soft-hearted, Hiruzen. Danzo immediately blamed him. You went too far, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's anger grew when he saw no sign of remorse from Danzo. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo retorted, unwilling to back down. I think it's for Orochimaru, isn't it? Hiruzen, are you serious? After a few loud arguments, Hiruzen Sarutobi calmed down. Since things had come to this, instead of blaming each other, it was better to think about what to do next. Outside the door, Udatane Kaharu and Homura Mitokado pushed the door open and walked in. As Konoha elders, they naturally didn't need Anbu to announce them. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at them and knew immediately that these two must be the reinforcements Danzo had called on the way. Hiruzen, Danzo did make a mistake this time, but right now, we still need to prioritize the front lines. That's right, Hiruzen. Without Danzo's route, the front lines will only be at a greater disadvantage. Whatever it is, let's wait until the war is over to discuss it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was speechless. You two don't even know what happened, and you're already defending Danzo. He slowly sat back in his chair, with only one thought in his mind. Teacher Tobarama, save me. In Konoha Year 44, the clouds of war still hung heavy over the ninja world. And Mitsuki, already 11 years old this year, would graduate from the Ninja Academy today if he could successfully pass the graduation exam. As for failing the graduation exam, that was naturally impossible. Although the front lines in Konoha were not currently pressing, cannon fodder was always welcome, and even the last place finisher in the exam would still graduate. At this moment, Mitsuki and Rin were walking to school. Sigh tilde. Mitsuki, what's wrong? You've been sighing since this morning. Were you too tired yesterday? Rin looked at Mitsuki with concern, yet his words were easily misunderstood. The reason Rin said this was because Mitsuki knew today was the graduation exam, and a graduation exam during wartime naturally couldn't avoid the words, actual combat. Therefore, after school yesterday, Mitsuki helped Rin with a crash course. Sigh, it has nothing to do with Rin. I just suddenly realized I'm already 11 years old and still haven't become invincible in the ninja world. It's truly shameful. This was a lie. The reason this man was sighing was because he had secretly used his Raikugan, Six Eyes yesterday to look at the new student group assignments for the Ninja Academy, and he hadn't been placed in the same group as Rin. Rin was still in a group with Kakashi and Obito. Incidentally, because Tsukumo Hatake did not commit suicide, Kakashi naturally did not apply for early graduation. Mitsuki had originally thought that since Kakashi hadn't graduated early, perhaps he could be assigned to the same squad as Rin, but it turned out he had overthought it. Good morning. Good morning. After greeting their classmates, Mitsuki and Rin returned to their seats. At this moment, Obito stealthily leaned over. Mitsuki, have you heard that? What? That. And that. Mitsuki was speechless. Who could guess that? Idiot Obito, even if that person really comes to be a Jonin instructor, he wouldn't choose you. Kakashi walked over with dead fish eyes and took over the conversation. After hearing Kakashi's words, Mitsuki understood. It must be about Minato Namikaze also taking on students this time. Speaking of which, Obito had spoken so mysteriously that Mitsuki really hadn't guessed it was about this matter. It really took Kakashi to understand this idiot. It seemed the third Hokage was already starting to favor Minato Namikaze. Logically speaking, a highly mobile advanced combatant like Minato shouldn't waste time teaching children. It was probably the old Konoha routine again, all for the sake of fostering bonds or something. Everyone, gather at Training Ground 7. Teacher Morino walked into the classroom and called out, gathering everyone at Training Ground 7. So why didn't we just gather at Training Ground 7 from the start? Obito shouted. This time, there was no way to call Obito stupid. First group, Asuma Sarutobi vs Shimizu Mitsuki. Teacher Morino called out, holding the group list. Ah, I'm fighting Mitsuki, really. Asuma, who had been grinning playfully next to Yuhi, widened his eyes and pointed at himself upon hearing this. It was normal for this situation to occur, because Mitsuki had no intention of hiding his strength and playing the pig to eat the tiger. While keeping some trump cards hidden, Mitsuki still took first place in all practical combat classes from enrollment to graduation. Incidentally, Asuma's practical combat scores had never even made it into the top 3. In short, Asuma was very upset right now, because he had spent the entire night yesterday thinking about how he would show off his coolness in front of Yuhi today. Now, it seemed he wouldn't be cool at all, he would just make a fool of himself first. Mitsuki and Asuma stood on opposite sides of the training ground, following the instructions of another teacher, Kato Itsuki, who was acting as the referee. Hey, Mitsuki, I've been training really hard lately, so don't underestimate me. As the saying goes, one can lose the battle but not the spirit. Asuma was the first to throw out some pre-match trash talk. Alright, Mitsuki replied perfunctorily. It wasn't that Mitsuki was underestimating him, it was simply that this level of combat was truly too easy for him. Mitsuki's current stats, when placed in a genin exam, were considered overpowered among the overpowered. Both sides form the seal of confrontation. Teacher Kato raised the flag. Konoha 31st class graduates, first group, Asuma Sarutobi vs Shimizu Mitsuki, begin. As soon as the words fell, Asuma instantly lunged towards Mitsuki, knowing that Mitsuki's ninjutsu abilities were very strong. If he didn't close the distance, he wouldn't have a chance to win. Mitsuki watched Asuma charge at him. Did he want to close the distance and compete in taijutsu? Mitsuki's taijutsu was not bad, and he felt no pressure in a direct confrontation with Asuma. However, he had a better method. Mitsuki formed a single hand seal. A sound like 1,000 screaming thunderbirds rang out, and Mitsuki's right hand emitted a dazzling lightning glow. This is. Teacher Kato's eyes widened as he looked at Mitsuki in the arena. No, he stared intently at Mitsuki's right hand, which flickered with irregular electrical arcs. The surrounding classmates also saw Mitsuki use such a visually splendid ninjutsu for the first time. Previously, Mitsuki had mostly used unadorned earth release ninjutsu in his matches. In fact, Mitsuki used earth release ninjutsu simply because earth release was effective. For him, using any type of release for a genin match would be the same. It was just that earth release ninjutsu consumed less chakra and was less likely to cause accidental injury. Mitsuki's inherent chakra natures were fire, wind, and lightning. Earth and water were developed later by him. Regardless of how the surrounding classmates felt seeing such splendid ninjutsu, Asuma in the arena, facing Mitsuki's Chidori, felt every cell in his body screaming a red alert. I'm going to die. At this moment, this was his only thought. Asuma forcefully stopped his forward charge. Mitsuki had no habit of waiting for his opponent. He directly used the acceleration brought by the Chidori to charge at Asuma at high speed. At the same time, he threw a shuriken with his left hand and formed a hand seal with one hand. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This technique was the ninjutsu Mitsuki used most often. He had even simplified the hand seals to just 3. Monkey, boar, tiger. The shuriken instantly multiplied into dozens, flying towards Asuma at high speed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Asuma quickly formed hand seals, his chest swelled, and then he exhaled a powerful blast of wind from his mouth, blowing away all of Mitsuki's shuriken. Taste this move, the result of my recent hard training. Asuma knew he would likely be instantly killed in close combat, so he directly channeled most of his chakra. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Fireball. A compound ninjutsu. Wind fueled the fire. The C-rank ninjutsu Fireball, after passing through the wind zone created by wind release, great breakthrough, directly increased its power and range by a notch. Oh my ninja world Joyu. Mitsuki wasn't flustered at all, even having the leisure to make a sarcastic remark. He should have known not to experiment with Chidori, he really was more suited to being a long-range artillery. But that didn't stop Mitsuki from securing this victory. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A giant rock rose, blocking the fireball like an impassable chasm. Asuma still wanted to do something, but he heard a bird cry. He instantly turned around, only to see Mitsuki holding a dazzling lightning glow, thrusting it towards him. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Naruto from the beginning 6 Eyes to Cultivate Rin. Part 2. Asuma, knowing he couldn't dodge in time, immediately shouted, I give up, ouch. Mitsuki dispelled the electric arc in his hand before Chidori struck Asuma, but his movement didn't stop. He landed a punch, neither too light nor too heavy, on Asuma's stomach. His relationship with Asuma was quite good, so he naturally wouldn't go that hard. Mitsuki, that move of yours is simply too amazing. Asuma rubbed his stomach while giving Mitsuki a thumbs up. The shocking scene he had just witnessed still echoed in his mind. Dazzling streaks of lightning, like actual lightning, coiled around Mitsuki's arm, carrying unparalleled pressure and destructive power. Among most ninja in the ninja world, battles are primarily taijutsu based. For ordinary ninja, the amount of chakra they possess is often very limited. Not everyone has the substantial capital to squander chakra. Like Mitsuki's ninjutsu, its greatest strength lies in its immense deterrent power in close quarters combat. Those sharp lightning rays could wound with a graze and kill with a stab. Thinking of this, Asuma secretly congratulated himself for not rashly rushing forward to confront Mitsuki head-on. Teacher Kato, standing nearby, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My goodness, is this still Konoha? Are genin battles in Konoha like this now? Seeing Asuma surrender, Teacher Kato raised his flag. Alright, the first match, Asuma Sarutobi vs Shimizu Mitsuki. Shimizu Mitsuki wins. Both parties form the seal of reconciliation. After the procedures were completed, Asuma and Mitsuki returned to the spectator stands. Next match, Aoba Yamashiro vs Raida Namiyashi. As soon as he returned, Kakashi immediately asked Mitsuki, Mitsuki, your Chidori just now only used one-hand seal, right? That's right, I optimized away the seals previously used to mobilize chakra and stimulate the nerves. Unbelievable, just how strong is your chakra control? Mitsuki had already replicated Chidori last year. After all, knowing the principle in the hand seal sequence, it would be strange if he couldn't develop it. Mitsuki deliberately let Kakashi contribute to the development of Chidori and found a reason to teach this ninjutsu to Kakashi. And it was an optimized version of Chidori. Mitsuki added an extra step to the ninjutsu to strengthen the stimulation of the eye nerves. Although it added a unitary seal to the Chidori's hand seals, it solved the problem of being unable to see clearly and control direction when dashing forward with the original Chidori. As for Kakashi, he always felt that he hadn't made any significant contribution when developing this ninjutsu, so he always felt indebted to Mitsuki. The kind Mitsuki couldn't bear to see his good brother feel so guilty, so he made Kakashi treat him to several meals of Konoha barbecue. Great, no need for further words. Mitsuki, how did you move behind me just now? Asuma asked. He knew that Mitsuki's earth release, earth-style wall had blocked his vision, but he didn't know how Mitsuki had gotten behind him. Mitsuki used earth release to burrow underground. You idiot. Asuma, Obito, as an observer, saw it very clearly. I didn't want to be called that by a dead last like you. You're getting flustered. Furious, that was Asuma's only thought right now. After Obito loses his match later, he would definitely mock him relentlessly. As for winning, Asuma wasn't worried at all that Obito would win. If he wins, Asuma would eat his words. Next match, Uchiha Ruri vs Uchiha Obito, Teacher Morino called out, holding the grouping sheet. Huh. Obito's face turned green when he heard he was up against that violent girl. Ha 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 ha. Obito, you're fighting Uchiha Ruri. Ha 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 ha. Asuma laughed wildly. I'll kill you. Obito immediately saw red when he saw Asuma mocking him. Obito, Uchiha Ruri is already in the arena, Kakashi quickly reminded, seeing that Obito hadn't moved yet. Obito still took this graduation exam quite seriously. Hearing Kakashi's reminder, he glared at Asuma before jumping down from the spectator stands to prepare. As mentioned earlier, Asuma hadn't even made it into the top 3 in this Ninja Academy class. The top 3 spots were taken by Shimizu Mitsuki, Uchiha Ruri, and Kakashi Hatake, respectively. Brother Kakashi ultimately suffered from his father not having passed away. Without becoming an incarnation of the funeral love family mission machine, he was steadily outclassed by Uchiha Ruri. For Mitsuki, Uchiha Ruri was a character who hadn't appeared in the original storyline, so he naturally conducted an investigation into her. After using Raikugan, Six Eyes to act as a paparazzi for a while, Mitsuki discovered that Uchiha Ruri was actually the daughter of Kento's old teammate, Uchiha N. However, according to his observations, the relationship between this father and daughter was truly not good. Uchiha N, as an Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, not only had no ambition but instead spent his days at home drinking heavily. Uchiha Ruri's mother had a memorial tablet at home, having passed away for unknown reasons, whether due to war or something else. Mitsuki was unclear about more information. It was known that there was virtually no communication between this father and daughter at home. They seemed to treat each other as transparent as air, even completely ignoring each other's existence. However, what was known was that Uchiha Ruri was very strong. Excluding Mitsuki, who was an overpowered existence, no one in Konoha's new generation was stronger than Uchiha Ruri. Teacher Kato waited for both parties to take their positions. Both parties formed the seal of confrontation. Begin. The battle in the arena quickly unfolded, but there wasn't much worth detailing. Unlike Obito, who was considered a dead last by everyone, Uchiha Ruri had successfully awakened her Sharingan a long time ago. Uchiha Ruri, with her excellent combat skills and keen insight, was able to completely overpower Obito with just taijutsu. Facing such a strong opponent, Obito fought with all his might but couldn't win, not even getting a chance to use his only ninjutsu, Great Fireball. Before long, the outcome was decided. Uchiha Ruri easily defeated Obito, the entire process clean and swift. When the final blow landed, Obito fell heavily to the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. Uchiha Ruri stood quietly in place, she didn't think there was anything to be proud of in defeating an Obito. In the end, it was brother Obito who bore the brunt of it all. Both parties formed the seal of reconciliation. Obito stumbled towards his companions, his body swaying as if he had lost his balance. He had just taken a brutal whip kick from Uchiha Ruri, and the muscles in his arms, which he had used to block, were still trembling. Don't be discouraged, Obito, it's normal to lose, Mitsuki said, trying to comfort his friend. Don't worry, you'll still graduate even if you lose. The assessment is just about our performance, Kakashi said, patting Obito's shoulder. This was true. Not only was Morino-sensei responsible for calling out names, but after each match, he was also responsible for recording everyone's performance. Time passed minute by minute. Battles between ninja were usually quick, and the assessment soon ended. The final results were not unexpected, everyone successfully graduated. Mitsuki looked at the smiles on his classmates' faces, unsure what to say. Originally, the Second Shinobi World War had ceased around the time Mitsuki enrolled, and most people thought there would be a relatively long period of peace this time. However, a few years later, the Third Shinobi World War broke out again. And graduating today meant they would be heading to the battlefield. He wondered whose smiling face among them would disappear forever in a month. Mitsuki wasn't too worried about his own safety because he had performed his once every 5 years 10 pull prayer on his birthday last year. According to the system, a successful prayer would grant him the most suitable skill. Whether the first Raikugan, Six Eyes, was suitable or not, he certainly found it comfortable to use. So, with him about to head to the battlefield, the next skill from prayer should be one that compensated for his defensive capabilities. He originally thought that for his second prayer, the most suitable skill would be the innate technique, Limitless, which paired with Raikugan, Six Eyes, offering both defense and offense. But after the prayer succeeded, it wasn't full counter. This was the ability of Meliodas, the sin of wrath, from the seven deadly sins. Compared to the complex Raikugan, Six Eyes, full counter's skill description was just one sentence. Full counter returns all non-pure physical attacks in full. It must be said that this newly acquired ability indeed made up for Mitsuki's biggest concern regarding defense. Unlike Limitless, this ability not only allowed him to easily protect his own life on the battlefield but also to protect his teammates. Its defensive performance was also superior to Limitless. While its offensive output might be unstable, its upper limit was indeed higher. Mitsuki speculated that the system's prayer would not only consider what attributes he lacked but also his inner desires. Last year, before he knew his team assignments, he had considered the possibility of Rin and himself being in the same team due to the butterfly effect of his transmigration. Protecting Rin was more important to him than winning the war. Ninja were mostly squishy with high attack and low defense, and Mitsuki was well aware of this. He knew that what he currently lacked most was combat experience. The power of Mitsuki's ninjutsu was completely sufficient for the Third Shinobi World War period. Furthermore, with the help of Raikugan, Six Eyes, as he aged and his chakra reserves continuously increased, he didn't have to worry about his offensive capabilities for the time being. And with powerful defensive capabilities, his fault tolerance on the battlefield would greatly increase, thereby significantly reducing the cost of trial and error in gaining combat experience. All in all, Mitsuki was quite satisfied with the result of this prayer. Once he had more references in the future, he should be able to more accurately analyze the parameters influencing the system's prayers. Just as Mitsuki had seen with his Raikugan, Six Eyes, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were assigned to one team. He, on the other hand, was assigned to a team with Uchiha Ruri, placed into a frontline squad that was short 2 members. During wartime, some Konoha Ninja Academy graduates would be directly assigned to frontline squads that had suffered personnel losses. These restaffed squads, once full, would be led by their captains to the battlefield in the coming days. Currently, Konoha was fighting on 3 fronts. The main enemies were the Hidden Mist Village in the east, and the Hidden Sand Village in Iwagakure in the west. However, Kumogakure was also eyeing Konoha covetously. Should Konoha show signs of fatigue in the war, it would only be torn apart by a pack of wolves. After the last class of the afternoon, Mitsuki and Rin walked home. Rin walked with her hands behind her back, her head slightly bowed, and softly said, "Mitsuki, we'll be going our separate ways tomorrow, won't we?" "Yes. It feels a little unfamiliar, all of a sudden." Mitsuki looked at the downcast Rin, understanding her feelings perfectly at that moment. After all, ever since they met at the orphanage, there had hardly been a day when he and Rin hadn't seen each other. Mitsuki's own feelings were also very subtle. On one hand, he knew he possessed memories from his previous life and couldn't completely view himself as a child. On the other hand, his biggest dream in this world was actually just to live a peaceful and stable life. But shortly after his transmigration, he faced his mother's passing, and a few years later, Kento also left him. At that time, he was somewhat self-deprecating. After all, he had died in his previous life for some inexplicably ridiculous reason, and his new life began as an orphan. What? Did transmigrators not deserve to have both parents and a happy family? Humans are social animals, it's difficult to live alone without a strong will. Mitsuki admitted he wasn't a person with a strong will. Living alone in an unfamiliar city is hard enough, let alone in another world. The initial novelty faded, leaving only loneliness. If he hadn't known that Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan was a deception, Mitsuki at the time would have thought it wasn't bad to be immersed in the beautiful dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Just as Mitsuki was in an unspeakable loneliness at that time, It was Rin's appearance that changed him, making him feel that at least in this world, someone else would feel equally sad when he was down. This also made his heart be refilled with some inexplicable feeling. In this world, Mitsuki had spent more time with Rin than with Kento. If saving Tsukumo Hatake was a matter of convenience, then ensuring Rin's safe survival in this terribly brutal ninja world war. Protecting this precious bond was the goal he must now achieve with all his might. It was time for team assignments. Inside the Ninja Academy classroom, students were gradually called away by their assigned squad leaders. Kakashi Hatake, Rin Nohara, and Uchiha Obito, I am your Jonin instructor. Please come with me. A blonde-haired man with a sun-like smile walked into the classroom. This was the future fourth Hokage of Konoha village. Look at his irresistible charm, powerful yet not arrogant, humble yet not appearing weak or easily bullied. No wonder Orochimaru lost to him. Orochimaru looked gloomy and indifferent, and in terms of appearance and demeanor alone, he was far outmatched. Compared to other shinobi villages, Konoha village's leader, the Hokage, not only needed sufficient strength but also charisma. What, Kakashi, I'm not dreaming, am I? Our teacher is the Yellow Flash. Obito pinched his face hard, realizing he wasn't dreaming. Don't shout. Let's go. Kakashi, feigning coolness, called out to Obito. He didn't want to leave Minato Namikaze with a reckless impression. After Rin and Mitsuki briefly said goodbye, the group followed Minato Namikaze and left. Watching them leave, Mitsuki also started to wonder what kind of person his own instructor would be. His teammate was Uchiha Ruri. The instructor for the top 2 students of the year should at least be a Jonin, right? Shimizu Mitsuki, Uchiha Ruri, come with me. Under Mitsuki's gaze, a man with a long ponytail and wearing a ninja vest walked into the classroom. After greeting Yuhi and Anko, Mitsuki also left the classroom. At a clearing in a forest within the village. I am Inoichi Yamanaka, your instructor, and the captain of Inoichi squad. Heiji, come and say hello to your teammates. After Inoichi Yamanaka introduced himself, he spoke to the other member of the squad waiting there. This member was a boy of about 12 or 13, with long, straight black hair and white eyes. Clearly, he was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. My name is Hyuga Heiji. Hyuga Heiji's expression was very cold. It was unclear if he was stoic like Kakashi or if there was some other reason. My name is Shimizu Mitsuki. Please take care of me in the future. Mitsuki considered himself a very polite person, and in the greater ninja world, those who were overly enthusiastic upon meeting were often more dangerous. I am Uchiha Ruri. I hope this squad won't be assigned any boring missions. Faced with the grim-faced Hyuga clan member, Uchiha Ruri naturally didn't show a pleasant expression either. Haha, don't mind Heiji, he's just not good at expressing himself. And he's only 2 years older than you two, so it's fine to consider you 3 as peers. Inoichi Yamanaka, seeing the atmosphere grow cold, quickly smoothed things over. Leading a team isn't easy. I hope these little ones can build bonds during missions, Teacher Inoichi sighed internally. You all seem very energetic. Let's chat more, like what you're good at, and what your current goals are. For example, I'm good at perception ninjutsu, and my current goal is to help the village win this war as quickly as possible and bring about peace. Heiji, you go next. Teacher Inoichi clapped his hands. As you can see, I am from the Hyuga clan. I specialize in taijutsu and perception. As for my goal, it's currently to survive this war. Hyuga Heiji's introduction was not beyond Mitsuki's expectation. Everyone in the ninja world knew what the Hyuga clan specialized in, just like the Uchiha's genjutsu and fire release. I specialize in the Uchiha clan's genjutsu and fire release. My current goal is to improve my strength. Besides that, I have no other thoughts. Uchiha Ruri tilted her head slightly, her expression proud. This woman, ever since she learned she would be going to the battlefield after the graduation exam, seemed quite happy. Mitsuki couldn't quite understand the mindset of a battle maniac like Uchiha Ruri. She couldn't possibly be looking forward to war, could she? Even the most hawkish members of the Uchiha didn't like war. If that were truly the case, then Uchiha Ruri was born in the wrong era. If she had been there when Madara left Konoha, she definitely wouldn't have let Madara leave alone. I specialize in lightning release, earth release, and perception ninjutsu. My goal, for now, is also to survive this war. And then settle accounts with Hidden Mist. He didn't say that part out loud. After all, it would be too fantastical for a newly graduated Ninja Academy student to say he was going to settle accounts with one of the 5 great ninja villages. Oh, I see you're carrying a short sword. I thought you specialized in kenjutsu. Teacher Inoichi pointed at the sword hanging at Mitsuki's lower back. This sword, Mitsuki said as he drew it. It's called Mistcutter. It was a birthday gift from my father and his teammates. When Mitsuki said, teammates, he couldn't help but glance at Ruri next to him. Uchiha Ruri looked at Mitsuki strangely. Why was he looking at her when introducing his sword? It seemed there wasn't much communication between Uchiha and Uchiha Ruri, father and daughter. Mitsuki had no intention of intervening in other people's family disputes for now. His main focus currently was the war at hand. That's a beautiful sword. Teacher Inoichi praised it, feeling a bit awkward internally. After learning the team assignments, he had proactively looked into Mitsuki and Ruri's information and naturally knew that Mitsuki's parents had died in the war. He didn't want to continue discussing that topic. Heiji, standing nearby, felt he should say something to join in and was about to praise Mitsuki's sword as well. But teacher Inoichi quickly interjected, changing the subject. Now that everyone seems familiar, how about we all go eat some ramen? My treat. Sounds good. Alright. I'll pass. Since there's nothing else, I need to go back and train. Uchiha Ruri didn't want to waste time on pointless things. Ah, this is a bit troublesome. Teacher Inoichi looked a little troubled. Ruri, let's go together. If squad members aren't familiar enough with each other, their coordination won't be good, and it might affect mission efficiency in the future. Mitsuki, having been classmates with Ruri for so many years, had a specific way of talking to her. Uchiha Ruri imagined a future where poor coordination constantly slowed down mission progress. She looked at Mitsuki, then quickly turned her gaze away, reluctantly saying, fine, if it might affect mission efficiency, then there's no choice. Let's go quickly. On the way to the ramen shop, Inoichi secretly gave Mitsuki a thumbs up from behind. Thumbs up. JPG. By the way, teacher Inoichi. Yes, what is it, Mitsuki? I heard that newly formed squads usually have some kind of test from their captain. Oh, that. There's no need for that. You and Ruri are the top 2 graduates of this class. If you two aren't qualified, then all the graduates this year would have to repeat the Ninja Academy, haha. I see. After eating ramen, teacher Inoichi instructed the 3 youngsters. Inoichi squad, listen up. After you return today, prepare your gear. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., gather at the village gate. We have a mission to escort supplies to the Sunagakur front line in the land of rivers. I will explain the specific mission details to you on the way tomorrow. Any questions? No. Very good. Inoichi squad, dismissed. Dismissed so quickly. After being dismissed, Mitsuki strolled through the streets of Konoha. He wondered what was happening with Rin's team. Given Minato's personality, he wouldn't make the 3 of them fight for bells, would he? Should he use Raikugan, 6 eyes to look? No, he decided against it, he'd feel like a pervert. Mitsuki internally rejected the idea. Well then, I'll go practice ninjutsu. Feeling that he had nothing to pack even if he went home, Mitsuki decided to go to his and Rin's secret training ground to continue researching ninjutsu. A large convoy was slowly making its way along a winding path through a dense, deep forest, like a verdant sea. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seemed to drape the entire convoy in a mysterious veil. The ninja escort's expressions revealed a hint of vigilance and caution. After all, the supply line was the frontline's lifeline, and no one knew if enemies might be lying in ambush ahead. The sound of hooves and rolling wheels intertwined, breaking the forest's original tranquility, startling birds which flapped their wings and flew into the distance. Tall, straight trees lined both sides of the road, their branches interlaced, forming a natural barrier. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It must be said that the land of fire's afforestation was truly excellent. This escort mission was a large-scale war mission, and the ninja escort team was not just the Inoichi squad. It included a perception squad, a combat squad, and a command squad, and was even equipped with several medical ninja. Because the amount of supplies this time was enormous, the village absolutely would not allow any problems to occur. Mitsuki and the others were positioned at the very front of the escort convoy, a location convenient for Inoichi-sensei to conduct reconnaissance and transmit intelligence to the command squad as quickly as possible. At this time, Inoichi-sensei was briefing Mitsuki and Ruri, who were on their first mission outside the village, on the mission's intelligence. Our squad has two objectives in this escort mission. First, to perceive potential attacks, and second, to counterattack alongside the combat squad if enemies appear. While listening, Mitsuki had already scanned an area tens of kilometers around and found no enemies, but he still maintained an appearance of vigilance. At least, as a newcomer to the team, a serious demeanor was essential. Inoichi-sensei nodded. He was truly satisfied with Mitsuki as a member, possessing the strength of the top graduate but none of the eccentricities of certain geniuses, and in contrast to that. Do I have any questions, Inoichi-sensei? No, nothing. Uchiha Ruri was like Mitsuki's opposite. Although as an Uchiha, there was no need to worry about her strength, her understanding of war was still too superficial. Forget it, Inoichi Yamanaka sighed inwardly. It could even be said that newcomers like Uchiha Ruri were more normal, it was just that Mitsuki was a bit too mature. Hopefully, she could quickly adjust her mindset on the battlefield. In Mitsuki's line of sight, a group of Sunagaku ninja was slowly approaching the escort convoy. There were 20 of them, with two 4-person squads splitting off to flank, likely intending a pincer attack. Mitsuki glanced at Inoichi Yamanaka without a change in expression, seizing this opportunity to understand Inoichi-sensei's perception range. When the Sunagaku ninja reached a position about 8 kilometers from the convoy, Inoichi-sensei's warning came. Alert! Enemy count is 20 ninja, 12 at 12 o'clock, and 4 enemies each at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, suspected of planning a secondary ambush. The Yamanaka clan's ability was truly useful. No verbal communication was needed, as intelligence was directly transmitted via telepathy. If this ability were used, spouting trash talk during a battle seemed like a good way to use it too. The command squad's leader naturally also received Inoichi-sensei's warning. After a while, the command squad leader's order arrived. The Inoichi squad will hold off the enemies on the right. The combat squad will split off one squad to eliminate the enemies on the left, then reinforce the Inoichi squad. Inoichi-sensei relayed the battle plan to Mitsuki and the other two. Move out. As soon as he spoke, the entire Inoichi squad advanced towards the right side of the convoy. In Mitsuki's perception, the chakra strength of the 4 enemies on the right was clear at a glance, 4 confirmed Jonin, and the same on the left. The strength of the main force directly ahead also seemed formidable. Sunagaku was coming on strong this time. However, Mitsuki wasn't too worried, because the combat squad in the escort convoy was also composed of elite ninja from the village, and their leader was an elite Jonin from the Sarutobi clan. He only needed to focus on the enemies directly in front of him. Our objective is only to hold them off until reinforcements arrive, not primarily to kill. I will hold off 2 enemies on the right, Heiji. Here. You take on one, and Mitsuki and Ruri will handle the last one. Understood. No problem. On the other side, the Sunagaku ninja were still waiting for instructions from their main force, unaware that Konoha's perception ninjutsu had already detected them. Captain, we're already this close. If we don't attack soon, Konoha will come for us first. A tall Sunagaku ninja with painted markings on his face frowned deeply. Don't be impatient. Our squad's objective is to draw out a portion of Konoha's escorting ninja. The Sunagaku captain remained calm. And the other side too. Exactly. The main force won't give us instructions. On the contrary, once Konoha's fish bite the bait, we'll send them a signal. Then why didn't you tell us from the start? The Sunagaku captain began to regret explaining to his idiotic subordinate. Suddenly, his expression changed. Idiot Kurosuna. Stop asking, the enemy is here. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Mitsuki waited until the Sunagaku ninja entered the ninjutsu's kill zone, then directly initiated the attack. With a flick of his arm, a gleaming kunai shot out from his hand. Like a meteor, it sped towards the hiding place of the four Sunagaku ninja at an astonishing speed. Then Mitsuki formed a hand sign with one hand. As the kunai flew forward, in the blink of an eye, the single kunai instantly multiplied into thousands. These clones densely filled the entire space. This was not the shuriken shadow clone technique that Mitsuki demonstrated during his training with Rin, but his wind shuriken shadow clone technique, which incorporated wind release chakra nature transformation. Each kunai, like a floating cannon, displayed the power of a hot weapon in the form of a cold weapon. The once dense forest was no match for this powerful force, trees fell one after another, and the ground was pockmarked with craters of varying depths and sizes. The entire scene resembled a fierce bombardment, utterly devastated. Looking at his masterpiece, Mitsuki couldn't help but lament that if this were his previous life, where environmentalism was prevalent, he would probably be serving a life sentence just for this one act. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagaku's ninja were naturally not weaklings. Although the sudden shuriken shower was unexpected, they were not so incompetent as to be unable to dodge it. After the captain of this squad, Matthew, escaped, he quickly fired a red flare into the sky. That jutsu just now was yours, wasn't it, Konoha brat? Quite the spectacle. Matthew looked at Mitsuki with a wary expression. Matthew, having made his debut and traversed various battlefields of the Third Shinobi World War, naturally had his own philosophy of survival. On the battlefield, the ninja to never provoke were those with cage-level strength from each village. And the ones to be most cautious of were the genius ninja from each village, especially Konoha's brats. These geniuses always had a few who were unreasonably strong. According to his analysis, the oldest one's strength was easily discernible. As long as the Hyuga clan member didn't engage him in close combat, he would be fine. As for the little girl, there was even less to worry about. The probability of female powerhouses appearing in the ninja world was terrifyingly small. Only that brat is most worth noting, Matthew thought to himself. Matthew charged directly at Inoichi Yamanaka, shouting, "The opposing captain is for me and Kurosuna to handle. Sha Erming, you go take out that shuriken-wielding brat. You and Kurosuna handle their captain. Sha Erming, go take out the kid throwing shuriken." The tall Sunagaku ninja with war paint on his face acknowledged the order and, after a response, engaged Matthew and Inoichi Yamanaka. On the other side, hearing his captain's words, Sha Erming naturally didn't refuse. It was just a kid. Mitsuki, seeing his opponent coming for him, naturally didn't back down. He drew his mistcutter and tangled with him. Although he had the heart of a mage, he was currently on the battlefield. Despite having Raikugan, 6 eyes, which allowed Mitsuki's chakra utilization rate to approach 100%. But due to his body's development, Mitsuki's chakra still needed to be conserved as much as possible. What's more, Mitsuki was no longer a squishy ninja. Although his defense had not improved at all before last year, it didn't prevent him from being incredibly tough after successfully completing his second wish. How about that, system? Pretty amazing, right? After blocking the kunai in his opponent's hand with mistcutter, Mitsuki secretly formed a hand seal with his left hand. Like the screeching of 1,000 thunderbirds, a dazzling lightning glow flashed on the blade of mistcutter. Sha Erming, seeing the bad situation, wanted to retreat, but his body was paralyzed by the electric current, causing his movements to pause. This is bad. Sha Erming was terrified. A ninjutsu with such power. When did this kid form the hand seals? No hand seal ninjutsu. What kind of monster is this? Rasengan. Mitsuki naturally wouldn't miss this good opportunity. A Rasengan slammed directly into Sha Erming's left chest, sending him flying and crashing into a large tree. His entire left chest was almost obliterated, he was as dead as could be. As expected, Matthew, not far away, saw Sha Erming's tragic state. He knew that without intelligence, such a genius could easily cause some overconfident experts to suffer. Sha Erming still had many trump cards, but battles between ninja weren't about who could hide the most, the one who survived was the winner. Ruri, go help Heiji. I'll go help teacher Inoichi. After Mitsuki dealt with his opponent, he shouted to Ruri and then rushed towards teacher Inoichi. Uchiha Ruri said nothing, merely silently obeying Mitsuki's command to help Hyuga Heiji against the enemy. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Ruri took advantage of Hyuga Heiji fighting the enemy's puppet, sending a fire release directly towards the enemy's main body. That puppet master Sunagakure ninja didn't expect his teammate to fail to even stall two kids and hastily dodged the range of the great fireball. But in doing so, the movements of the puppet he was controlling inevitably became sluggish. Hyuga Heiji seized the opportunity, changing from his defensive stance and charging forward. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. Hyuga Heiji, who had activated his Byakugan to fight, naturally knew that Mitsuki on the other side had instantly killed his assigned enemy. He and Uchiha Ruri were now 2 against 1, and it was a puppet master who had already lost his puppet. The advantage was with him. So he chose to continue the pursuit. Although teacher Inoichi had only instructed them to stall, killing the enemy was naturally better. As for teacher Inoichi's side, with Mitsuki's addition, he didn't need to worry at all. It's a good thing Mitsuki came. This was Inoichi Yamanaka's biggest feeling right now. The 2 Sunagakure ninja he was fighting were both formidable. The ninja who was clearly the Sunagakure captain possessed excellent wind release ninjutsu. The other tall Sunagakure ninja with war paint on his face was skilled in taijutsu. These 2, one close range and one long range, made him struggle immensely. Earth release. Earth tremor core. After Mitsuki formed a hand seal and slammed his hand on the ground beneath the tall Sunagakure ninja fighting teacher Inoichi suddenly caved in. Teacher Inoichi immediately threw kunai at the opponent, then leapt back to create distance, detonating the explosive tags attached to the tails of the kunai. A huge explosion sound and smoke filled the earth pit created by Mitsuki's earth release. Teacher Inoichi and Mitsuki regrouped, looking at the smoke and saying, "Don't be careless, the chakra reaction is still there." Unlike Inoichi's perception, Mitsuki saw everything clearly. The tall Sunagakure ninja, realizing he had lost his balance, simply used earth release to burrow underground and escape the explosion range of the explosive tags. At this moment, many hidden weapons shot out from the smoke, glowing with a purple light, clearly indicating they were laced with potent poison. Although there was a medical ninja in the team, Mitsuki didn't want to be ambushed by such an unknown poison. Chidori stream. The screeching of thunderbirds resumed, this time with even greater momentum, and dazzling lightning enveloped Mitsuki's entire body. There was no more pointless probing. Mitsuki, using the acceleration of Chidori stream, instantly charged in front of the tall Sunagakure ninja who had just emerged from underground. Chidori stream. Flash. The leaping electric arcs obediently wrapped around the blade. Mitsuki, gripping Mistcutter, brought it down with fierce lightning. So fast. Kurosuna, knowing he couldn't dodge, used earth release, hardening jutsu to try and withstand the blow, but he still underestimated the power of this strike. Boom tilde. The ground was scorched black by the lightning, and Kurosuna, along with his arm, was almost severed by a single slash. Such injuries were truly horrific, but Kurosuna did not lose consciousness. Instead, he fully tightened his muscles, preventing Mitsuki from pulling out Mistcutter immediately. Profound truth. Sandstorm stream. Kurosuna stomped the ground with all his might, and the ground instantly turned into a quicksand area, firmly trapping Mitsuki in place. This kid must not be allowed to grow. Sunagakure can no longer afford a second Konoha's White Fang. With this thought, Kurosuna decided that even if he died here, he must kill this genius of Konoha. Matthew. Attack quickly. Captain, remember to explain mission intelligence more clearly in the future. Matthew's face darkened in the distance. Kurosuna, that idiot, always asking him various stupid questions on the battlefield, and now he had to curse him back before dying. Everything seemed slow in recounting, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. From Mitsuki releasing Chidori stream, flash to being restrained by Kurosuna's sandstorm stream, less than 2 seconds passed. This is bad. Teacher Inoichi himself was not a ninja known for his speed and couldn't quickly rescue Mitsuki. So, he could only interfere with the Sunagaku captain's attack. Mind-body disturbance jutsu. He used his Yamanaka clan's secret technique on Matthew. In the previous battle, Teacher Inoichi was 2-on-1 and was engaged in close combat by the tall Sunagaku ninja, giving him no chance to use his secret technique. It's Konoha's Yamanaka clan, but don't underestimate my will. Matthew forced himself to stay conscious and, aiming at Mitsuki, who was self-sacrificing restrained by Kurosuna, threw several kunai with explosive tags. And he formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release. Severing pressure. Sharp wind blades also assailed Mitsuki. This is the end. I'm sorry, if it weren't for the war, you would definitely have a better future. Kurosuna, seeing Matthew successfully launch his attack, sincerely said to Mitsuki, who was firmly controlled by his quicksand. War is truly terrifying. When did it turn him into someone who would ruthlessly kill a child? So, facing such a deadly situation, how was Mitsuki feeling at this moment? The answer was completely calm. Because defense was never a problem Mitsuki had to worry about, at least not since he turned 10. Facing the incoming wind blades and explosive tags, Mitsuki's action was full counter. Full counter. Explosions, wind blades, quicksand, everything reversed. Confusion, bewilderment, these were Kurosuna's only thoughts before he died. Matthew was covered in blood. When he saw his own attack inexplicably coming back at him from the opposite direction, he desperately tried to escape. However, Inoichi Yamanaka's mind-body disturbance technique interrupted his movements, causing him to be hit by his own wind release, severing air waves, resulting in large area cutting wounds all over his body. Although Inoichi-sensei didn't know what trump card Mitsuki had used, as an experienced Jonin, he naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. When the dust settled, the area where Mitsuki had been restrained had become a barren crater. Mitsuki stood in place, holding Mistcutter, without a single scratch on his body. As far as his eyes could see, Kurosuna lay charred nearby, already lifeless. He had taken the brunt of the explosive tag's power head-on. Kurosuna, who was already on his last breath, truly couldn't recover this time. Now, Shimizu Mitsuki's public stats. Host. Shimizu Mitsuki. Skills. Chakra refining technique, 3-body technique, transcription seal, Aminoto Kodachi, 1-time, shuriken shadow clone technique, 5 nature release ninjutsu, Rasengan, secret sword, flash. Wish rewards. Eye of the Azure Sky, Raikugan, 6 eyes, full counter. Male. No new male. Full counter. Returns all non-pure physical attacks. The full counter skill transformed Mitsuki from a squishy spellcaster into a heavily armored tank. The reason for this is that full counter consumes very little chakra, and its cost does not change regardless of the power of the reflected attack. Even if a tailed beast ball were to be shot at Mitsuki now, he could still reflect it with full counter. This was the confidence the system brought him. On the other side, the heavily injured Matthew felt very bad, extremely bad. It seemed he was going to die here this time, Matthew thought to himself. His chakra reserves were still sufficient, but his physical injuries were too severe. Mitsuki looked at Matthew, who was adopting a defensive stance. He and Inoichi-sensei had just communicated their tactics telepathically. Mind-body disturbance technique. A tried-and-true technique, Inoichi-sensei continued to use the Yamanaka clan's signature secret technique. I don't know what other trump cards you have, but I'm losing my patience. I'll finish you with this move. Mitsuki condensed a Rasengan in one hand. Matthew knew he couldn't escape today. Now he only hoped to kill that brat. That was the technique that defeated Sha Erming, and it really was a ninjutsu without hand signs. But why? Ninjutsu without hand signs are powerful due to their suddenness. Why would he expose it so directly? What was his purpose? Battles between ninja are also battles of information. Mitsuki could tell from the opponent's appearance that he wasn't planning anything good. Engaging in close combat might lead to him being ambushed in a suicidal attack, like that tall sand ninja before. He continued to channel chakra into his hand. The Rasengan's rotation became increasingly violent, emitting a fierce hum, and blade-like extensions, resembling a shuriken, stretched out from its periphery. Mitsuki was not a delicate, ordinary ninja. He had plenty of strength and means. Wind release. Shuriken. The shuriken, composed of highly compressed wind release chakra, was launched by Mitsuki as if he were throwing a ninja tool. What? He threw it. Inoichi-sensei couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim inwardly. With Mitsuki's extremely precise chakra control, he could naturally throw the Shuriken, and even slightly control its direction after releasing it. Shuriken curving technique, understand. The Shuriken, emitting an extremely dangerous signal, arrived in front of Matthew in an instant. Konoha's genius are indeed unreasonable. An advanced wind release ninjutsu without hand signs, and it's a thrown technique. Matthew had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Upon hitting Matthew, the Shuriken instantly exploded and spread, enveloping an area of 10 meters around him. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding slicing sound, it was as if the entire world was being torn apart. The howling wind formed countless tiny, sharp wind blades, wantonly cutting everything around them. Dust, trees, and even the air were distorted, cut, and shredded by the violent wind release chakra. In fact, even without Inoichi-sensei's interference, Matthew wouldn't have been able to escape the lethal range of this wind release, Shuriken, due to its speed. Seeing the destruction caused by this technique, Inoichi-sensei couldn't help but sweat a few drops on his forehead. Mitsuki, what is this technique of yours? It's a ninjutsu I created, an advanced version of that hand sign-less Rasengan technique from earlier. Although Minato Namikaze hadn't yet invented the Rasengan at this time, Mitsuki shamelessly registered the copyright for the technique first. Is that so? That's truly remarkable. Inoichi-sensei suddenly wondered if he should just give his captain position to Mitsuki. This ninjutsu's power was at least worthy of an S-rank difficulty ninjutsu. And it was a ninjutsu without hand signs, making it incredibly insidious. He admitted that if he encountered this technique, he would have no way to block it other than preparing in advance to dodge. Even thick-skinned Mitsuki blushed a little upon hearing Inoichi-sensei's continuous praise, secretly thinking to himself, when I get the chance, I should teach Minato Namikaze the series of Rasengan ninjutsu. That's right. Mitsuki had not only recreated the wind release, Shuriken, but also created various other derivative Rasengan ninjutsu. Otherwise, if it were only some basic 5-nature release ninjutsu, Mitsuki wouldn't have always felt that his role should be that of a mage. After a brief chat, Inoichi, having confirmed Mitsuki's chakra reserves were still decent, went with Mitsuki to support Uchiha Ruri and Hyuga Heiji. There's no need to elaborate on the battle with the last remaining member of that sand ninja squad. After Ruri interfered with the enemy's main body and helped Heiji shatter a puppet, the two should have been able to quickly deal with the puppet master. However, puppet masters have a big advantage. The opponent pulled out another puppet from a seal scroll. This led to Ruri and Heiji continuing a war of attrition with the enemy. By the time Inoichi-sensei and Mitsuki arrived as reinforcements, these three brave individuals were still locked in an intense battle. Mitsuki couldn't help but inwardly complain, Inoichi-sensei and I have already dealt with 3, are these two playing a rigged match here? Actually, this really couldn't be blamed on Hyuga Heiji and Uchiha Ruri. Their own strength was inferior to a Jonin, and Hyuga Heiji's specialty in taijutsu was countered by the poison puppet. He couldn't use medical ninjutsu, and if he were poisoned, the situation would only get worse. Therefore, Heiji's every attack was quite conservative. Their mission objective was simply to stall the opponent, after all. As for Uchiha Ruri, her genjutsu was completely ineffective. The puppet master was experienced and deliberately avoided eye contact with her. After releasing a few fire release ninjutsu during the process, her chakra reserves couldn't keep up. In summary, they did their best. Inoichi-sensei used the mind-body disturbance jutsu. After a prolonged battle, the opponent's mental state had deteriorated, making it impossible to break free from Inoichi's control. Mitsuki drew his mist cutter and used Chidori Stream Flash to instantly close in on the enemy's main body, cutting them in half with a swift and decisive strike. Mitsuki and Inoichi-sensei's coordination was becoming increasingly seamless. Are you too injured? Inoichi-sensei asked worriedly. Indeed, having them deal with a Jonin was still too much. As for Mitsuki, he was a true genius, so he didn't count. No injuries, sorry, Hyuga Heiji replied succinctly. Although Mitsuki and Heiji hadn't spent much time together, Mitsuki understood why Hyuga Heiji was apologizing. It's all right, the opponent was a Sunagakur puppet user, they were indeed difficult to deal with, Mitsuki said, comforting Heiji. Uchiha Ruri, standing nearby, seemed to have been stimulated by something, uncharacteristically muttering, it's nothing. Normally, Uchiha Ruri's speech would inexplicably raise in pitch at the end of her sentences, always giving people the impression that she was difficult to get along with. Mitsuki's guess was that she would usually say something like, even if you didn't come, I could have handled it, with her peculiar verbal tic. However, this was not the time for chatting. The group quickly tidied up the battlefield, adjusted their condition, and swiftly returned to the escort team. After all, for Inoichi's squad, the mission's objective was to escort supplies, not to kill enemies. If the supply line was cut off, the mission would still be a failure. Halfway through their journey. On their way back, Inoichi's squad encountered a squad from the combat unit that had come to reinforce them. The fact that a squad could be spared to reinforce Inoichi's squad indicated that the main escort force had successfully repelled the Sunagakur ambush. Back with the escort team. Under Mitsuki's Raikugan, Six Eyes observation, there was no loss of supplies, but there were many casualties, among whom the elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan was particularly noteworthy. Aside from the ninja who had sacrificed themselves, he was the most severely injured, with multiple parts of his body appearing extremely dehydrated and withered. Mitsuki pondered inwardly, what kind of ninjutsu could cause such injuries? Finally, the team continued its advance. The Sarutobi clan leader was escorted to the Land of River's front lines. Normally, he should have been sent back to the village for treatment. However, precisely because his injuries were too severe, he was sent to the front lines, as Lady Tsunade, the ninja world's foremost medical expert, was there. Mitsuki had already guessed the enemy's true identity, Sunagakur's war hero, Pakura. Only her bloodline limit, scorch release, could create such injuries, where all moisture was evaporated, leaving the victim like a dried corpse. To repel such a powerful ninja with a bloodline limit, it seemed this elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan must have fought with his life on the line. The Sarutobi clan has always had a good reputation in the village. Although they lack a bloodline limit, the fire release ninjutsu that the Sarutobi clan excels at is well known throughout the ninja world. As one of the founding families of Konoha, they have always been active on the front lines of all Konoha's operations. Evening. Inoichi's squad gathered, eating dry rations and chatting with each other. Inoichi-sensei mentioned Mitsuki's incredible display of power earlier that day and couldn't help but ask Mitsuki for the name of the jutsu. That blue orb ninjutsu is called Rasengan, and the advanced version of that jutsu is called Wind Release, Rasenshuriken. That's incredible, Inoichi-sensei praised generously. Very strong, Heiji, though a man of few words, never missed a chance to speak. Stare tilde. Young Miss Ruri. Is there a problem? HMPH tilde. Uchiha Ruri snorted softly, turned her head, and haphazardly drew on the ground with a twig she'd picked up from who knows where. Mitsuki didn't know how he had offended her. Ever since returning to the escort team that day, this woman had been intermittently staring at him. Mitsuki was also the kind of person very sensitive to others' gazes. He was the type who couldn't pee if someone was watching him from behind. Why didn't you use your full power at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Ruri suddenly asked, her voice carrying that strange verbal tick at the end. Mitsuki didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't exactly say that there was no need for an adult to go all out against children. I was. Never mind, you wouldn't tell the truth anyway. Uchiha Ruri interrupted him, muttering, I really don't know what kind of mindset you, goody two-shoes, have when you get stronger. Upon hearing this, Mitsuki put down his dry rations. He didn't consider himself a goody two-shoes like Kento. He turned to look at Uchiha Ruri, about to retort. However, He saw that Uchiha Ruri had dropped the twig at some point, her hands resting on the ground behind her, sitting quietly. Her normally tied black ponytail was now spread across her back, and she gazed slightly upward at the night sky, lost in thought. Inoichi-sensei seemed to have left earlier for something, even pulling Heiji along with him. Mitsuki felt he had eaten enough, and it was probably best to leave now. Just as he was about to stand up, Uchiha Ruri spoke. I won't give up. Quote. In Mitsuki's eyes, Uchiha Ruri's eyes changed. Her black pupils transformed into rotating 2 Tomo Sharingan, and then a 3rd Tomo appeared. 3 Tomo Sharingan. You're right, but this is the Uchiha clan. Ordinary ninja only need to cultivate to get stronger, but we of the Uchiha clan have much more to consider. Achu tilde. Rin, who was replenishing her equipment on the front lines, sneezed. Are you sick, Rin? Kakashi, from a nearby squad, asked. Mitsuki had asked him to look after Rin, and he couldn't betray his best friend's trust. It's nothing, just got some sand in my nose. I wonder how Mitsuki is doing. Don't worry, that Mitsuki guy is so strong, even if something happened to us, nothing would happen to him. Idiot, Kakashi said, giving Obito a deadpan look, you should say that even if something happened to you, the 3 of us would be fine. What? Can the riddle tellers please get out of Konoha? Mitsuki hates riddle tellers the most. Last night, Uchiha Ruri inexplicably said, I won't give up, and then activated her 3 Tomo Sharingan. Mitsuki asked her what she wouldn't give up, but she ignored him, stood up, dusted off her rear, and left. The latter half of the mission's journey was smooth, with no further attacks. Along the way, Mitsuki gained a true understanding of what Nagato in the original story called Thesauro of Small Nations. In the land of rivers, many villages along the road had been ransacked by bandits and were completely uninhabited, the fields barren. Refugees from the land of rivers were often seen wandering the roads. They were scantily clad, emaciated, with no light in their eyes, like zombies in an apocalypse, roaming this hell-like land. No major nation would accept these refugees. For those living in the cracks between great powers, the arrival of death might even be considered a blessing. Konoha's front line against Sunagakur. This is Konoha's main camp on the land of rivers front line against Sunagakur. That's the front line's mission hall, that's the temporary medical department, and that's Inoichi-sensei introduced to Ruri and Mitsuki, who were new to the battlefield. After emphasizing all the precautions and leading them to their assigned tent, Inoichi-sensei left alone. Dealing with mission handovers was naturally not something for the team members to consider. Mitsuki habitually used his Raikugan, 6 eyes to perceive his surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Mitsuki instinctively used his Raikugan, 6 eyes to sense the situation in the surrounding camp, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ruri, Heiji, I'm going to look around. You two go back to the tent and rest first. Mitsuki didn't wait for their reply and ran off on his own after speaking. Okay. Be careful, Heiji, who never missed a beat, responded. Uchiha Ruri didn't reply, she just watched the direction Mitsuki ran off in, her eyes flickering. Mitsuki ran like the wind, arriving not far from the mission hall of the frontline camp. He suddenly stopped, calmed his breathing, and after waiting for about 2 minutes, walked towards the entrance of the mission hall. At this moment, Minato's squad had just come out from inside. Yo, you guys are here too, Mitsuki greeted them. Mitsuki. You're here too. Rin, who had just exited the door, ran into the person she had been thinking about day and night. Every syllable she spoke seemed to reveal her undisguised surprise. Rin's radiant, sun-like smile was displayed before Mitsuki without reservation, dispelling the inexplicable irritation Mitsuki had felt from seeing the tragic plight of many refugees along the way. Rin carefully walked to Mitsuki's side and then slowly circled him. Her gaze, like a scanner, meticulously examined every detail of Mitsuki's body, afraid of missing any abnormality. When she confirmed that there were no injuries on Mitsuki's body, Rin's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed a little, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Obito clasped his hands behind his head. Now that Mitsuki is here too, it seems only my guy from our class isn't at this camp. By the way, Mitsuki, what were you doing? Why are you so slow? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito. Idiot, don't casually inquire about other people's missions. Ah, I didn't do it on purpose, I was just curious. Obito had been on the front lines for a few days and now understood proper etiquette better, realizing he had just made a slip of the tongue. No, Obito, no matter how curious you are, you must never casually inquire about other people's missions. Minato Namikaze saw a good opportunity and took the chance to educate his student. Obito hung his head. Understood, Minato-sensei. Kakashi looked around and said, Are you alone, Mitsuki? Where are your teammates? My teammates. They're too tired and have already gone to rest. I have plenty of energy, so I came out to wander around, haha. Obito seemed to smell a lie. Mitsuki, you didn't sense that Rin was here earlier and deliberately waited here, did you? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Mitsuki's smile stiffened. Obito, Ruri recently activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's power-ups are truly unreasonable, don't you think? What? You mean that Violent Woman has already activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan? Mitsuki was a bit speechless. It truly is you, Obito. I said that to make you feel ashamed, but I didn't expect you to not only not reflect on yourself but instead blame others for improving quickly. Just as Mitsuki and the three others were chatting happily, Minato Namikaze suddenly spoke. Sorry to interrupt your reunion, Mitsuki, I have something to say to you. Mitsuki looked at Minato in confusion. Minato looked around and said, It's not convenient here, let's go somewhere else. With that, he led the 4 youngsters to his living quarters in this camp. As an elite Jonin and advanced combatant of Konoha, Minato Namikaze naturally had some privileges, such as this single tent. Entering the tent, Mitsuki looked around. The tent was not large, and the furnishings were relatively simple, with only essential daily necessities. Moreover, Minato had kept it very tidy. As expected of the Yellow Flash, whose personal charm was maxed out, he was perfectly flawless in every aspect, unlike an immortal master. So, Lord Minato, what do you need me for? Mitsuki guessed it might be related to Kento. After all, he and the Yellow Flash had no connection whatsoever, the only possibility was Kento. Minato Namikaze and Rin exchanged glances, then both looked at Mitsuki. I'm sorry, Mitsuki. I'm sorry. Minato Namikaze and Rin bowed to Mitsuki together in apology. Hey, what's going on? Mitsuki became even more confused. Kakashi next to him spoke. Actually, before, we. Minato Namikaze, however, straightened up and interrupted Kakashi. Let me explain. Actually, the matter was very simple. Previously, Minato's squad had accepted a mission to investigate a village. Because enemies had suddenly disappeared there several times before, the frontline general headquarters speculated that there might be a hidden Sunagaker stronghold there. After Minato's squad arrived at the village, they decided to split up for efficiency. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were a group responsible for the west, while Minato himself searched in the east. The result was that Kakashi's group of 3 found a Sunagaker stronghold in the west. It was a place similar to a safe house, where Sunagaker ninja might not always be present. However, Minato's squad unluckily encountered 3 Sunagaker ninja who had come for supplies nearby. The 2 sides began to fight. By the time Minato heard the sounds of battle and rushed over, he happened to see Rin using Rasengan. And coincidentally, Minato at this time was also troubled by his need for a ninjutsu that could be combined with Flying Thunder God. He envisioned a ninjutsu similar to Rasengan, one without hand seals. Unfortunately, after a long period of research, he always lacked that bit of inspiration. But after seeing that blue orb, he had an epiphany. This was the path Minato Namikaze was meant to take. The subsequent development of events was simple. Minato Namikaze had already been researching ninjutsu without hand seals for a long time, only lacking the final push of inspiration. Later, he saw Rin use Rasengan multiple times in battle. Thus, he finally crossed that threshold and also became a ninja who could create orbs. However, Minato Namikaze's inner sense of morality was still very high. Although he had not asked Rin for any information about Rasengan, he still apologized to Rin and hoped to compensate her in some way. Only then did Minato Namikaze learn that this ninjutsu was invented by Mitsuki, and he now had one more person to apologize to. That's right, Minato Namikaze didn't feel that he had apologized to the wrong person. Instead, he felt that he had an additional person to apologize to. On the other hand, Rin, upon realizing that her Minato-sensei had learned the Rasengan that Mitsuki taught her before he even began teaching her any ninjutsu, also felt a subtle mix of emotions. It wasn't that she was worried Mitsuki would be angry with her, rather, she would have felt better if Mitsuki were angry with her. Rin simply felt down because she had inadvertently leaked Mitsuki's ninjutsu without his knowledge. This was the whole story. I generally understand the situation. Mitsuki stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had originally planned to teach Minato the Rasengan, but he hadn't expected him to have already learned it. He thought this was fine, so he simply said, Minato-sama, you only saw Rin use the Rasengan and then reconstructed the ninjutsu yourself. In my opinion, this is nothing you need to apologize to me for, so don't feel guilty. Rin, you don't need to worry either. I forgive you both. Shimizu Mitsuki was indeed worthy of being the protagonist, he shamelessly declared that he forgave the original inventor. In truth, in the ninja world, a place where strength is revered, if a saw B's ninjutsu and then learned it himself, the people around would not only not think A stole the technique, but would even praise A's extraordinary talent. It was only because Minato Namikaze couldn't get past his own conscience that he apologized to Rin and Mitsuki. After hearing Mitsuki's magnanimous forgiveness, Rin and Minato Namikaze also breathed a sigh of relief. Minato Namikaze earnestly said to Mitsuki, "Thank you, Mitsuki. Oh, and don't call me, Sama, anymore, just call me by my name." "How can I do that? You are a senior, and Rin's teacher. Then you can call me Captain Minato." "Huh, Captain." Mitsuki didn't understand why such a title suddenly popped up. "You'll know tomorrow," Minato Namikaze said with a wink, keeping him in suspense. Alright, back to the main topic. The Rasengan has truly helped me a lot. Is there anything I can help you with, Mitsuki? It was like playing some RPG simulation game. Was he now required to choose a reward? Okay, let me think. I'm quite interested in sealing technique. If possible, please just teach me any sealing technique. Mitsuki remembered that Minato Namikaze had inherited the sealing technique legacy of the Uzumaki clan. He hadn't originally intended to gain anything from Minato Namikaze using the Rasengan. So when he said, any sealing technique, he truly meant it literally. Sealing technique, I understand. I have a ninjutsu that suits you very well, but this ninjutsu was not created by me, so it will take some time to ask for the original owner's opinion. However, I think there shouldn't be any problems, Minato Namikaze said with a serious expression. Mitsuki naturally had no objections. Minato Namikaze was a good person. It seemed he wasn't going to casually give him any sealing technique. The owner whose opinion he needed to seek should be the last legitimate inheritor of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina. After explaining everything, Minato Namikaze left, citing an urgent matter. Minato Namikaze was actually quite busy, and as a semi-senior here, he guessed these kids probably wouldn't be too comfortable. He wouldn't disturb Mitsuki, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, the four long unseen friends, from catching up. After Obito saw Minato leave, he immediately spoke as if unsealed. Mitsuki, since you just arrived, let's go for a walk outside together. You definitely don't know that Asuma and Yuhi are also in this camp. Ah, yes, Mitsuki replied casually. Rin excitedly told Mitsuki about her recent experiences on the battlefield. Mitsuki, you were right. There really are rivers in the desert, and even lakes. It's just that mirage you mentioned, I still haven't seen it. That was back when they weren't in school. Mitsuki had once told Rin some curious anecdotes about the world. He hadn't expected Rin to still remember them now. Kakashi then began to constantly complain, recounting many instances of how Obito had been a hindrance during missions after the Minato squad was formed. I even suspect this idiot intentionally sees traps and still steps on them. Hey, you arrogant Kakashi. Don't be so cocky. The next morning, Mitsuki walked out of his tent feeling refreshed, stretched, and began to move his shoulders towards the sun. Having spent a day with Rin yesterday, he had replenished his Rin energy, and now felt completely relaxed. After having breakfast with Ruri and Heiji, a ninja wearing a vest jogged over and said to Mitsuki, Shimizu Mitsuki, please go to the command post. The general commander wants to see you. After delivering the message, the ninja hurried away. Although he didn't know why the higher-ups specifically requested to see him, Mitsuki had no power to refuse. Hyuga Heiji said, I remember the general commander is Lady Tsunade, one of the Sanin. Uchiha Ruri frowned. What could she want with you? Have you had any dealings with her before? No impression. Besides Kento once bringing Tsunade to treat Chiyoko, Mitsuki had no other interactions with Tsunade. However, he did remember Kento once saying that the Shimizu family had some connection with the Senju clan, and if Mitsuki encountered a major issue while Kento was out of the village, he could try to find Lady Tsunade through the Senju clan. He guessed that they might have completed some advanced missions together in the past, making them comrades in arms. Anyway, I'll go see, Mitsuki shrugged. Walking towards the command post. Mitsuki habitually used his Raikugan, 6 eyes to look inside the command post. Oh, there were quite a few people. Jiraiya, Minato, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and Inoichi-sensei were all there. After the ninja guarding the tent announced him and he received permission, Mitsuki entered the command post. Konoha Genin, Shimizu Mitsuki reporting. Although there were many familiar faces, Mitsuki wouldn't be as boisterous as Obito in a formal setting. No need for formalities, Shimizu Mitsuki. The previous escort mission report mentioned that you can use a large-scale S-rank wind release ninjutsu, correct? Tsunade sat in the main seat, hands clasped under her chin, and said to Mitsuki. Although it was a question, it carried a tone of certainty, which should have given people an overbearing feeling. But Mitsuki didn't feel anything special, perhaps because he naturally had a good impression of characters he liked, or perhaps because Tsunade was so large. Of course, I mean in status. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade was recognized as a princess by the Land of Fire's daimyo, bearing the title Lady Tsunade. Yes, that ninjutsu is called Rasenshuriken. Because I haven't cultivated any other S-rank ninjutsu, I'm not sure if the Rasenshuriken has the power an S-rank wind release ninjutsu should have, Mitsuki replied truthfully. No need for humility in front of me. That blonde-haired person next to you is Minato Namikaze. You must have heard of him, Tsunade said bluntly, pointing to the side. Minato Namikaze, who was pointed at, smiled awkwardly at Mitsuki. Mitsuki nodded. Of course I know him. Tsunade then slapped the table. Excellent. Then I don't need to introduce him further. The village now requires you and Minato Namikaze to form a surprise attack squad. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique will be responsible for mobility, and you will use that wind release ninjutsu to destroy important facilities at various Sunagaku camps. No wonder Minato said yesterday that I could call him captain. It seems the village higher-ups decided how to utilize the Rasenshuriken after seeing the escort mission report. Mitsuki thought to himself. Speaking of which, if I act with Minato, then Rin's danger level will skyrocket. Frankly, he was a little reluctant to take on this mission. However, during wartime, ninja have no right to refuse missions from above, even if the village ordered a genin to assassinate the cage of another ninja village, such an absurd mission could not be refused. Just as Mitsuki was deep in thought, a clear and authoritative voice suddenly came from the main seat. What? You're unwilling? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, seeing Mitsuki's delayed response, and asked. Of course I'm willing, but what about my original squad and Master Minato's squad? What will happen to them? Mitsuki knew Lady Tsunade's personality. If he responded even a little late, she might just give him a flick on the forehead, just like Naruto. He definitely didn't want to endure that. None of the original squads will be disbanded. The squad you and Minato formed is only temporary for now. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Mitsuki knew he couldn't refuse, so he readily agreed. Temporary for now meant that if the surprise attack squad proved effective, it might not be temporary anymore. Minato, what about your side? Although Lady Tsunade had a domineering personality, she still bothered to ask her old student's opinion. I have no objections, Lady Tsunade. But please allow me to name the squad, Minato Namikaze said, his face full of anticipation. Lady Tsunade, of course, didn't care about such a trivial matter. To her, the only important thing was that the squad could be successfully formed. Thinking of this, Lady Tsunade's gaze happened to fall on Minato. At this moment, Minato had a smug look on his face, seemingly full of confidence in the name he was about to give the squad. Seeing this, Lady Tsunade couldn't help but feel curious. She wanted to see what kind of eye-catching squad name this most promising young ninja of Konoha could come up with. So she casually agreed, you can name it whatever you like. Receiving confirmation, Minato Namikaze's excitement showed clearly on his face. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Then, the name of Mitsuki and my squad will be Rasenshuriken Flash Wind Release Blade Legend Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad. Lady Tsunade and everyone present seemed to have a row of giant question marks above their heads. Ha 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 ha. I knew it, Minato, ha 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 ha. Jiraiya, who was standing nearby, finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. He knew his student's naming talent inside and out, but when he actually heard the name Minato chose, he still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing his master's reaction, Minato scratched his head sheepishly. I see. Wind release refers to my wind release ninjutsu. Flash represents Master Minato's flying thunder god technique, plus the Rasengan that connects Master Minato and me. Splendid. This name is perfect. Master Minato, you truly are a genius. Mitsuki had originally thought Minato Namikaze would come up with some inexplicable, abstract name, but after carefully replaying it, he found the name to be surprisingly fitting. However, Master Minato, I have a small suggestion. Mitsuki raised his hand to ask. Minato Namikaze was secretly astonished. He had never imagined that someone could so thoroughly grasp the profound meaning behind the name he had chosen. One must know that even the knowledgeable Master Jiraiya couldn't achieve such a degree. So, when he heard that Mitsuki seemed to have some valuable suggestions, he was overjoyed and quickly said, Mitsuki, don't be shy, just say it. Having finally met a like-minded companion, Minato was filled with anticipation. Mitsuki didn't beat around the bush and said with a smile, I believe that the most important element in this squad is Master Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, which allows this tactical unit to be constructed. Therefore, Flash should be placed before the squad name, making it Flash Rasenshuriken Wind Release Blade Legend Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad. Minato waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. No, Mitsuki, your Rasenshuriken is more important. Wind release must be before Flash. No, Master Minato, you. Watching Shimizu Mitsuki and Minato Namikaze, completely oblivious to the presence of others, animatedly discussing and getting excited over an extremely abstract and baffling name. Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, and Inoichi Yamanaka, the four people present, felt as if they were being isolated by these two, even though they were the majority. In the end, Mitsuki still couldn't win against Minato Namikaze. Alright, I'll listen to you, Master Minato, Mitsuki said with a look of regret. Finally, the surprise attack squad's name was decided as Rasenshuriken Flash Wind Release Blade Legend Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad. Congratulations. So what's the difference between Rasenshuriken Flash Wind Release Blade Legend Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad and Flash Rasenshuriken Wind Release Blade Legend Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad? Everyone silently shouted in confusion. Back at the tent assigned to Inoichi's squad, Mitsuki briefly explained that he would temporarily be leaving the squad. A surprise attack squad. That's amazing, Heiji said, showing a rare expression of surprise. He knew what it meant to be assigned to such a squad, especially alongside the Yellow Flash, who had recently gained widespread fame. This indicated that Mitsuki had broken free from the limits of the civilian ninja class. As long as he didn't die young, he would definitely enter Konoha's true power structure. Congratulations, Mitsuki. Hyuga Heiji was genuinely happy for Mitsuki, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes that others couldn't detect. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, his life was a one-way street with no forks, a path whose end was visible from birth. Although supported by a major ninja clan like Hyuga, the survival rate of branch family ninja on the battlefield was far higher than that of ordinary civilian ninja, and some civilian ninja even envied the branch family ninja of the Hyuga clan. But the philosophical question of which is more important, freedom or life, and who envies whom, is simply unanswerable. Thank you, Heiji. However, Master Minato's and my squad is only temporary. If it doesn't work out, the squad will probably still be disbanded. This was the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Other squads that failed missions would likely suffer casualties, and even total annihilation was not uncommon. But Mitsuki, teamed with Minato Namikaze, didn't have to worry about his own safety, even if they failed to destroy the Sunagakur stronghold. Space-time ninjutsu, even the Otsutsuki would say it's good. With your talent, Mitsuki, there will definitely be no problem. Heiji was very confident in Mitsuki. Uchiha Ruri crossed her arms over her chest and said proudly. You shouldn't always act so humble. You are very strong, even within the Uchiha, there is no one with more outstanding talent than you. Thank you too, Ruri. Although Uchiha Ruri's tone wasn't very pleasant, as old classmates who had spent several years together, Mitsuki still knew something about Uchiha Ruri's personality. Classic tsundere overachiever, but unfortunately, tsundere is out of fashion now. Uchiha Ruri bit her finger and said, I really don't know how you cultivate. Even though I've activated my 3 Tomo Sharingan, I still have no intuition that I can defeat you. Uchiha Ruri, who had been suppressed by Mitsuki since childhood, seemed to have made defeating Mitsuki an obsession. The Land of Rivers. It is a small country located at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, named for its mountainous terrain. The origin of this region was not actually a country, its formation came after the end of the Sengoku period, when ninja clans were numerous. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, seeing the harsh environment of the hidden sand village in the Land of Wind, allocated this land, which was more fertile than the desert region, to Reto, the first Kazekage of the hidden sand village. However, later, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, fearing that the hidden sand village might rebel because of this land, used means to make the Land of Rivers independent. To modern people, this act seems like cutting off one's own arm, but Mitsuki, having been in this world for so long, understands that this is actually a misunderstanding. In the ninja world, the nobles of various countries continuously intermarried. These so-called country leaders, the daimyo, were essentially all one family. So, for the hidden sand village, the independence of the Land of Rivers was a pure loss, but for the daimyo of the Land of Wind, it was merely allocating a territory to a relative as their domain. The hidden sand village naturally refused to suffer this silent loss and secretly exerted influence, preventing the Land of Rivers from establishing a ninja village within its borders, thereby retaining a portion of the Land of Rivers mission sources. Ninja World History and Geography class ends here for now. Currently, Mitsuki is traveling with Minato Namikaze along the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Their target is a secret Sunagakur transportation route hidden within this sandstorm. The intelligence came from someone claiming to be Konoha's Darkness, the head of a certain veteran intelligence organization. This is the first mission for the Open HoloLens Bracket Blade of Wind Flash Spiral Legend Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad Close HoloLens Bracket. Minato Namikaze takes it very seriously. Mitsuki, ahead is the key stronghold that Sunagakur uses for this route. I heard you also have sensory abilities. Have you detected anything? Minato Namikaze pointed to a sand-filled gully shrouded in sandstorms and asked. I can feel quite a few chakra reactions. Unbelievable, they are hiding within that sandstorm. A sandstorm naturally couldn't block the vision of Mitsuki's all-seeing eyes. Not far ahead, the Sunagakur ninja's movements were completely exposed in Mitsuki's eyes. On this point, that veteran intelligence organization mentioned earlier has a lot to say. This is the hidden sand village's dust cloud inner technique. Multiple people combine to use it in the desert, gathering a large amount of surrounding sand to form a natural barrier. It's very difficult to discover without excellent sensory abilities. Mitsuki, your sensory talent is as strong as your ninjutsu talent. Minato Namikaze praised. I still have a lot to learn, and in front of Captain Minato, any genius would only pale in comparison. Mitsuki shamelessly used one of Jiraiya's lines. After some mutual flattery, the two quietly snuck into the outer perimeter of the Sunagakur stronghold hidden beneath the sandstorm. The advantages of this dust cloud inner technique are obvious. It can be used by multiple people, has low consumption, and can even be kept active continuously all day long with shifts. Its disadvantages are also obvious. It is only suitable for use in desert areas, and if discovered by an enemy, it truly only serves a cosmetic purpose, no different from not releasing the ninjutsu at all. According to Minato Namikaze's observations, due to the terrain limitations here, the probability of a silent infiltration is very low. At the same time, he found that the ninja shift change interval for the entrance closest to him and Mitsuki was 15 minutes. So he decided to enter directly through this entrance. This entrance was guarded by two Sunagakur ninja. Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki communicated briefly using Konoha hand signals. Secret Sword. Flash. Mitsuki used his superb chakra control ability to reduce the stimulating effect of lightning release chakra on cells to an almost invisible degree. He swiftly and cleanly dealt with one Sunagakur ninja with a quick draw and slash. Whoosh, tilde. With a barely audible sound of rapid movement, Minato Namikaze on the other side also slit the throat of the other Sunagakur ninja with a kunai. Killed in one blow. As Minato Namikaze, who would later be known as the ninja world's fastest, he naturally didn't just have the flying thunder god technique to show off. In fact, his body flicker technique was also unrivaled throughout the ninja world. The two entered the Sunagakur stronghold without a word. At the most optimistic estimate, they now had less than 15 minutes. But unexpected situations could not be ruled out. Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki split up according to their original plan, heading to the various warehouses of this Sunagakur stronghold. Thanks to that veteran intelligence organization, well, actually, it was Root's high-quality intelligence. Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki already knew the approximate locations of the various warehouses. Now it was just a matter of confirming them and leaving Minato Namikaze's custom Flying Thunder God Kunai there as a marker. After all markings were complete, Minato Namikaze would use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Mitsuki, and within a very short time, use Rasenshuriken for multiple targeted demolitions. In truth, Minato Namikaze wasn't being humble. This tactic, from conception to implementation, truly owed a lot to Mitsuki. One should know that Konoha's previous famous S-rank ninjutsu had to be traced back to the water release, hard vortex water blade invented by the second Hokage. In short, under an S-rank ninjutsu, no matter how many powerful barrier ninjutsu Sunagakur had set up in the warehouses, it would all be for naught. This is the last one. Captain Minato should be almost done too. Mitsuki inserted a kunai into a hidden spot, looking at the massive warehouse in front of him, thinking to himself. Some of these warehouses were empty, others stored various war materials, and some things Mitsuki saw made him quite envious. However, due to the importance of the mission and the urgency of time, Mitsuki wisely chose to restrain himself and did not take any additional actions that might interfere with or affect the mission's progress. He wanted to complete this mission to perfection. After agreeing to Tsunade's request to join the surprise attack squad, Mitsuki had already figured it out. He wanted to gain enough prestige in this war. Only then could he participate in the village's war command system. This way, he could also be aware of Rin, Kakashi, and Obito's movements on the battlefield, and even if an accident occurred, he could react in time to rescue them. I'm really worrying myself sick over these little companions, but Obito won't even call me dad. Shimizu, the internet godfather, Mitsuki, thought to himself. Am I late? Space flickered slightly, and Minato Namikaze appeared beside Mitsuki. Immediately after the surprise attack squad was formed, Minato gave Mitsuki a Flying Thunder God Kunai as a gift. No, you've arrived just in time. Just as the intelligence said, I've marked 3 locations here. Mitsuki quickly reported his situation to Minato. I've also successfully marked the other 3 locations mentioned in the intelligence, but I additionally discovered a hidden warehouse. Minato also shared his discovery. A hidden warehouse. In a vast and boundless desert, where yellow sand flew everywhere, stood unique and exotic buildings, exuding a distinct charm. Below this cluster of buildings, a Sunagaker ninja squad responsible for daily patrol missions was gathered, chatting leisurely. They wore unified ninja attire. Compared to ninja from other regions, their clothing was predominantly earth yellow, as if blending in with the surrounding environment. They wore iconic headbands, inscribed with the symbol of Sunagaker. No matter how you look at it, we're bound to win this war. That Tsunade from Konoha is just weak. A ninja named Bin discussed national affairs with his teammates. In this large outpost with no entertainment facilities, this was one of the few ways they could pass the time. Jia, the teammate he was chatting with, seemed to agree with him, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Exactly, exactly. And what? 3 ninja. She just hides in the back. I've never seen her on the battlefield. I told you to, don't get too complacent. Iwagakure hasn't made a move yet. Who knows what they might try to pull. The captain of this training squad couldn't help but join the discussion, offering his insight. With advisor Ebizo's wisdom, he won't be fooled by those stone monkeys from Iwagakure who grew out of the dirt. Bin, who had almost blind trust in his village, retorted with a flushed face. In Bin's mind, Sunagakure was the #1 village in the ninja world, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of Sunagakure in front of him, not even his own captain. Konoha. If they hadn't assassinated Sandaime, we in Sunagakure would have won this war long ago. Bin had said this countless times. Like most people in Sunagakure, Bin believed the disappearance of the third cage was a Konoha conspiracy. That's right. We must make them pay the price. Suddenly, a sharp and brief alarm blared throughout the entire Sunagakure camp. The sound was like a sharp sword cutting through the quiet night sky, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Some ninja moved swiftly, their figures agile, rushing towards the direction of the alarm. Everyone knew clearly that this sudden alarm was not ordinary, a tough battle was likely coming. Enemies have infiltrated through entrance number 8. All units, attention. Be on alert. Be on alert. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted. It was as if the entire world was trembling. At the same time, a powerful shockwave rapidly spread in all directions. The Sunagakure ninja looked in horror at the nearby area, only to see that the once peaceful supply warehouse was now completely engulfed by an enormous sphere emitting a dazzling blue light. The surrounding air also became distorted due to this powerful chakra fluctuation, forming visible currents of chi. The ear-splitting hum, which made one's teeth ache, stimulated the senses even more than the unpleasant alarm. Even from a great distance, Bin, Jia, and others could feel gusts of strong wind sweeping past their bodies, bringing a slight stinging sensation. Jia's already simple brain was now completely blank, and he murmured, "Is this, the tailed beast coming out?" Time returned to a few minutes earlier. After Minato Namikaze quickly exchanged information with Mitsuki, he briefly sensed the location of the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Good. Several Flying Thunder God Kunai had not yet been discovered by the Sunagakure ninja. Minato Namikaze said, "Mitsuki, our mission this time is to destroy more than half of Sunagakure's supply warehouses. Is your chakra reserve sufficient?" Although it was a question, Minato Namikaze believed that with Mitsuki's heart nature, if he wasn't confident, he would have brought it up already. "No problem, I can destroy all the marked locations at once," Mitsuki said with a confident smile. With his chakra control ability, he could perfectly utilize chakra to the maximum extent, not only in releasing ninjutsu but also in his chakra refining ability. Whether elite Jonin or ordinary genin, they would inevitably waste some chakra when circulating it, besides when using ninjutsu. The same was true during refinement, it was merely a difference of wasting more or less. But Mitsuki was different, he possessed the incredibly precise chakra control ability brought by his Raikugan, 6 eyes. If the amount of chakra extracted by an ordinary elite ninja from one cell was 1, then the amount Mitsuki extracted was 10, or even more. Do not underestimate this seemingly tenfold difference. Taking Minato Namikaze as an example, his chakra control ability was already among the most outstanding in the ninja world. If Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki were the same age, then Mitsuki's chakra extraction alone would already be more than 10 times that of Minato Namikaze. Combined with no loss during ninjutsu release, Mitsuki's endurance as a ninja could be said to be quite terrifying. All in all, it was still easy for Mitsuki to destroy all these supply warehouses using Rasen Shuriken. Minato Namikaze was not a procrastinator during missions. Hearing Mitsuki's confident reply, he smiled and said, "Then, let the operation begin." Minato Namikaze placed his hand on Mitsuki's shoulder. "Get ready, I'm going to fly." Mitsuki said nothing, just nodded. He and Minato Namikaze had trained and practiced several times at the Konoha camp before, so he was very familiar with the spatial movement of the Flying Thunder God technique. A flicker of space. Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki instantly appeared at a Flying Thunder God kunai mark. At this moment, an alarm sounded inside the Sunagaker camp. Instantly, countless Sunagaker ninja squads poured out of every passage within the camp, quickly and orderly searching every possible hiding place for enemies. Only 8 minutes had passed since Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki infiltrated. According to Minato Namikaze's observation from outside the Sunagaker camp, the Sunagaker ninja should have discovered the deaths of the entrance guard squad in 15 minutes. It seemed there were other unexpected situations. Perhaps there was another jutsu for checking internal infiltration. After all, it was one of the 5 great shinobi countries, so it had its foundations. But Sunagaker was ultimately a step behind. The Flying Thunder God kunai had already been marked. Mitsuki raised his right hand, and wind release chakra rapidly condensed, compressed, and then began to spin wildly and continuously. The originally smooth chakra sphere instantly extended blades like a shuriken. Minato Namikaze, who was nearby, was not seeing this jutsu for the first time. He had witnessed it when he and Mitsuki practiced at the Konoha camp before. But at that time, it was just practice, and Mitsuki hadn't truly released the jutsu. So, he had only learned about its specific power from Lady Tsunade. To push wind release chakra nature transformation to the extreme, such a violent jutsu, and to actually be able to throw it for release, truly terrifying chakra control. Minato Namikaze thought this to himself. He understood very well how incredibly difficult it was to master such an extremely unstable nature transformation jutsu to the point of being able to control its release and retraction at will. It's not over yet. Since the goal was destruction, he might as well give Sunagaker a big one directly. Mitsuki directly increased his chakra output. The size of the Rasen Shuriken kept growing. Hearing the short, urgent alarms coming from the Sunagaker camp, Mitsuki's lips curled slightly. "You found out quite quickly, didn't you? Too bad, the seeds of everything have already been sown. Get ready to watch this, the grandest fireworks display of your lives." With that, he forcefully threw the awe-inspiring giant shuriken in his hand. Wind release. Big ball Rasen Shuriken. Wind release. Big ball Rasen Shuriken. Someone once said that war is when one mother's child travels thousands of miles to kill another mother's child. It certainly sounds tragic. But when caught in it and unable to choose, the option to protect oneself by killing the enemy is not wrong. Mitsuki never thought war was right, and he felt regret for the Sunagaker ninja who might die by his hand today, but he still wouldn't hold back. "Don't be born into this world in your next life," Mitsuki said sincerely. The enormous, dazzling big ball Rasen Shuriken shot out from Mitsuki's hand like a wild horse, at an astonishing speed. Carrying endless power and might, it slammed into the sturdy, thick wall of the supply warehouse. The seemingly indestructible wall could not stop the big ball Rasen Shuriken's advance. With a loud bang, the wall instantly shattered and collapsed, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Yet, the big ball Rasen Shuriken's momentum didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, it surged forward like an incomparably sharp sword. Sunagaker's carefully laid defensive barrier ninjutsu was violently torn open by the big ball Rasen Shuriken. The powerful barrier appeared so fragile before it, as if made of paper. As the barrier shattered, an invisible energy wave spread out like ripples. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone inside the warehouse stared with wide eyes, incredulously looking at the giant shuriken that had appeared from nowhere. No. How did this thing, which clearly looks troublesome, get in? Under Mitsuki's Raikugan, Six Eyes observation, the big ball rosin shuriken flew to the center of the supply warehouse in an instant. Mitsuki raised a single hand in a sword finger gesture and let out a low cry. Explode. The big ball rosin shuriken, with greater power and range than a regular Rasen shuriken, easily engulfed the entire massive supply warehouse and continued to expand. Minato Namikaze saw the blue light heading towards him, instantly sensed danger, and quickly placed his hand on Mitsuki's shoulder, using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the next marked point. Minato Namikaze had placed the Flying Thunder God kunai at this location. He had learned the general information about Mitsuki's ninjutsu from Tsunade. Therefore, after precisely estimating the power of Mitsuki's ninjutsu and the warehouse's location, he chose to place the Flying Thunder God kunai here. He hadn't expected Mitsuki to create an even larger Rasen shuriken. However, these were minor issues and would not affect the completion of the mission. On the other side, in the astonished, fearful, or angry gazes of the Sunagaku ninja who had rushed over after hearing the commotion from the periphery. The massive blue light orb slowly dissipated, leaving behind only an empty giant crater hundreds of meters wide, as if nothing had ever existed there before. This was natural, under the big ball rosin shuriken's cellular level cutting, let alone the people or supplies inside, not even smoke would be left behind. The law of no harm with smoke. Non-existent. The Sunagaku ninja stationed here today would probably never forget this day. For them, the nightmare had just begun. Who is the enemy's true identity? Unknown. What is the enemy's method of movement? Unknown. They couldn't even determine the enemy's numbers. Today, the Sunagaku stronghold was filled with an unsettling, huge buzzing sound everywhere. The enemy's movement speed was beyond the imagination of the Sunagaku ninja stationed there. And at this moment, the person in charge of this hidden Sunagaku stronghold was in a furious rage. After all this time, you still don't know who the enemy is. Are you all useless? The one fuming was a young female Sunagaku ninja, dressed in a backless outfit, very alluring. I apologize, Lady Pakura, the enemy seems to have a way of moving that can instantly break through our encirclement. We suspect the attacker might be Konoha's Yellow Flash, a Sand Jonin reported to Pakura, sweating profusely. According to intelligence from the front lines, the Yellow Flash has never used a ninjutsu of this power. Did he just learn it, or has a new powerhouse appeared in Konoha? Pakura quickly analyzed the situation before her. Pakura's presence here was related to Mitsuki's previous escort mission. At that time, it was the elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan who desperately repelled Pakura's squad. And Inoichi's squad at that time was not on the main battlefield, but on another side, annihilating a Sunagaku squad attempting a flanking attack. Therefore, this was Pakura's first time seeing the Rasen shuriken ninjutsu. For Konoha, as long as the most important supplies could be successfully transported to the front lines, some personnel losses were completely acceptable. However, for the hidden sand village, the ambush team led by Pakura had been given considerable expectations by the village. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After the failure of the mission to ambush Konoha's transport unit, some classic public opinion blaming Pakura also spread within the hidden sand village. From this, it can be seen that incidents similar to White Fang are not uncommon in the ninja world. Indeed, all crows are black. But Pakura was not some delicate, thin-skinned ninja, she had strength and means. She knew that during this time, the village would surely be annoyed with her, so she quickly took an overseas mission to this stronghold to avoid the limelight. Anyway, after a while, this brainless public opinion would naturally disappear. So, back to the main topic. Although Pakura guessed the enemy was Konoha's Yellow Flash, she had no good solution for a while. Space-time ninjutsu is even rarer than bloodline limit in the ninja world. The enemy can come and go as they please, holding absolute initiative. They couldn't even get a glimpse of the enemy, let alone stop him. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Another violent explosion. Takura strode with her long legs to the window, watching another supply warehouse enveloped by a rising blue light orb. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her expression was very grim. This is the fourth one. For a ninjutsu of this level, how many times will the opponent use it before stopping? Konoha wouldn't have sent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield, would they? Takura understood that now was not the time to consider whether they could catch the enemy. With the opponent possessing space-time ninjutsu, the only thing they could do now was to minimize losses. Takura turned and walked towards the door, no longer looking at the situation caused by the dangerous ninjutsu outside. What was there to see? After the chakra dissipated, it would just be a broken pit anyway. As she walked, she loudly commanded, "Gather all the elites. Everyone, fall back to defend Warehouse 7. Also, thoroughly search the area around Warehouse 7 for anything resembling spatial coordinates and destroy it immediately." But Lady Pakura, what about warehouses 3 and 6, which haven't been destroyed yet? The Sand Jonin asked, puzzled. I said everyone, fall back to defend Warehouse 7. Didn't you understand? Pakura's voice was icy, as if she might erupt and kill someone at any moment. I understand, Lady Pakura. The Sand Jonin dared not ask further and quickly went to mobilize the troops to defend Warehouse 7. Pakura also didn't plan to stay in the command post. She would personally go to guard the most important Warehouse 7. Hidden there was Sunagaku's greatest capital for daring to wage war against Konoha. It absolutely could not be lost. And this so-called Warehouse 7 was actually the hidden warehouse that Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki had talked about, which he had discovered in this Sunagaku stronghold. Boom tilde. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Another two roars followed shortly after. The last two material warehouses in the mission plan, under the dazzling blue light, were gradually dissipating without any resistance, until they turned into nothingness. The mountains of goods, precise equipment, and precious resource materials piled up in the material warehouses, items that carried the hope and future of Hidden Sand Village, now vanished like a mirage. Mitsuki couldn't help but feel a pang of pain for the enemy. A ripple in space. In the desert, behind a steep rock face on the outskirts of this Sunagaku camp, two figures were quietly hidden. They were Mitsuki and Minato Namikaze. At this moment, the two were remotely observing the Sunagaku ninja bustling through the camp using their respective special methods. This information was crucial for them, as it would directly influence the operational strategy they would adopt next. As time passed, minute by minute, suddenly, Minato Namikaze seemed to sense something and said, Mitsuki, I can no longer sense the flying thunder god Kanai left in that hidden warehouse. It must have been found and sealed by the Sunagaku ninja. This is a bit tricky, Mitsuki mused, resting his hand on his chin, considering other ways to approach that warehouse. Although his Rasenshuriken could be released from a distance, under the observation of his Raikugan, Six Eyes, the enemy had already deployed a carpet-like formation around that seventh warehouse. After carefully analyzing the enemy's troop deployment, defensive fortifications, and potential weaknesses, Mitsuki understood that it would be impossible to stealthily infiltrate within the most effective casting range of the Rasenshuriken. And if he gave up on approaching and threw it from the furthest distance, there was a high probability that Pakura of Sunagaku would intercept it midway with her scorch release and detonate it prematurely. Mitsuki, who was familiar with the original plot, naturally wouldn't underestimate the power of scorch release, or rather, none of those bloodline limit ninjutsu were simple. It's worth noting that even if the flying thunder god Kanai hidden by Minato Namikaze had fortunately gone undetected and unsearched, it wouldn't change the current situation. Because the hidden warehouse was heavily guarded from the beginning, Minato Namikaze, to avoid alerting the enemy and affecting the original mission objective, did not choose to approach and investigate what was inside. Even the coordinate he placed there was very conservative, so even if he could fly there, he would likely not be able to successfully blow up the warehouse. Unlike Minato's sensory abilities, Mitsuki's Raikugan, Six Eyes obtained information through vision, similar to the Byakugan, so he could see what was inside the warehouse. However, it was useless, inside were all seal scrolls, so nothing could be seen. Looking at the Sunagaku ninja layered 3 deep, Minato Namikaze, after careful deliberation, decided, our mission objective has been overachieved. Although I'm curious, let's retreat for now. This was a very reasonable judgment. As the war continued, whatever trump cards Hidden Sand Village was hiding would eventually have to be revealed. Moreover, things that receive such importance and have strict defensive measures are usually one of two types. Firstly, weapons and equipment with powerful destructive capabilities, capable of inflicting devastating blows on the enemy. Secondly, a staggering amount of funds required for the war. These are crucial factors that determine the outcome of a war and the survival of a nation, and neither side dares to take them lightly. For the former, once it falls into enemy hands or is destroyed, one side will lose a critically important strategic trump card. If the latter encounters problems, it will directly affect the army's supply and combat capabilities, and may even lead to a reversal of the entire battle situation. Therefore, in either case, it will arouse high vigilance from all parties and prompt them to take all necessary measures to ensure its safety and integrity. Mitsuki suddenly realized that ever since he came to the battlefield, he hadn't heard of Rasa, the future fourth cage of Hidden Sand Village. It was as if that name had been deliberately hidden, after a flash of space. Looking at the Konoha frontline camp against Sunagakur, Mitsuki couldn't help but envy the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique again. I really want it. But he could only dream of it. The Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage and recorded as an S-rank space-time ninjutsu in Konoha's Book of Seals. Although most ninjutsu in the Book of Seals are S-rank or higher, there is also a strict rank system between techniques. An ordinary ninja like Shimizu Mitsuki, if he achieved great merit on the battlefield, could generally apply to learn certain ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. The S-rank water release ninjutsu, water release, hard vortex water blade, mentioned earlier, as well as ninjutsu like multiple shadow clone jutsu, spiritualization technique, and water release, water severing wave, could all potentially be approved as rewards. However, dangerous techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, and Edo Tensai would not be easily released by the third Hokage, given his personality. Unless the person was a loyal and true member of their own, for example, if Mitsuki had also apprenticed under one of the Sanin. Then the third Hokage would naturally be happy to reward him with the Flying Thunder God technique, and might even groom him as a future 5th generation or 6th generation. So, for Mitsuki to obtain the cultivation method for the Flying Thunder God technique from the third Hokage, the first hurdle he had to overcome was whether he could become an apprentice to one of the Sanin. Of course, as a reincarnator familiar with the original plot, Mitsuki said he had his own clever plan. He had another way. That was to wait until Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. In the original plot, Minato Namikaze, already the fourth Hokage, had passed on the Flying Thunder God technique to his Shadow Guard. Minato Namikaze's Shadow Guard members included Shiranui Genma, Rado Namiyashi, and Iwashi Tatami. The first two were Mitsuki's classmates and quite familiar with each other. Mitsuki had not met Iwashi Tatami. The strength of these three was not particularly strong, but they all successfully inherited Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, although they could only use it in conjunction with each other. It was truly a bit of a waste of the Flying Thunder God technique's greatest mobility. Moreover, since Minato Namikaze usually fought alone and rarely needed any help, these three were more aptly described as a Flying Thunder God delivery team rather than the fourth Hokage's guards. Mitsuki felt that given his relationship with Minato, he certainly wouldn't refuse his request. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Mitsuki would also offer his own ninjutsu in exchange at that time. There was no other way. The Flying Thunder God technique was too appealing, and with the assistance of his Raikugan, 6 Eyes, Mitsuki was confident he could learn this space-time ninjutsu, known for its difficulty. After entering the camp, Mitsuki was about to bid farewell to Minato Namikaze. However, Minato Namikaze spoke first, calling out to him, "Mitsuki, this is the team's first mission. Let's report to Lady Tsunade together." Minato Namikaze extended the invitation to Mitsuki with his characteristic sunny smile. "All right, you're the leader," Mitsuki said with a helpless smile, spreading his hands. Compared to the boring mission report, he wanted to find Rin to replenish his Rin energy, tease Obito with Kakashi, and yes, also ask Heiji and Ruri how they were doing recently. However, considering that the surprise attack team had completed such an important mission this time, they would likely have a few days off, so Mitsuki was not in a hurry at this moment. The Konoha Frontline Camp's command center against Sunagakur. And that concludes the first mission report for the Gale Blade Flash Spiral Legendary Storm Super Roar Style Zero Squad. Minato Namikaze reported the mission details to Tsunade, while Mitsuki stood quietly to the side. He just wanted to finish this tedious mission report quickly so he could go do his own thing. Ignoring the nonsensical squad name, Tsunade, without regard for her image, crossed her legs, leaned back in the main chair, rested her cheek on one hand, and spoke to Mitsuki. Oh, the power released is stronger than what you used in the forest before, and you released it 6 times consecutively. That chakra volume, tisk tisk, truly worthy of us, ahem. Tsunade suddenly coughed lightly towards the end of her sentence, stopping herself. Mitsuki, who had been standing idly in the tent, heard Tsunade's abrupt stop and smiled confidently. I have some understanding of chakra control. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a little surprised, and said, it seems Kento really didn't tell you anything. Are you very familiar with my father? Sort of. Your father is a very stubborn man. I hope you don't inherit his personality along with his bloodline, or you'll end up dying as meaninglessly as him sooner or later. Tsunade's words were very impolite. Even the good-natured Minato, who was nearby, frowned slightly upon hearing them. He was about to say something, but the person involved beat him to it. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, I don't think my father was a stubborn person, and since you're not familiar with him, it's best not to comment on others so casually. Mitsuki replied calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. He had initially been pondering how their Shimizu family, mere commoners, would use a term like bloodline inheritance, which only ninja clans would typically use, after hearing the first half of Tsunade's sentence. But after hearing the second half, Mitsuki immediately became displeased. Kento, after all, died as a hero. What did she mean by meaninglessly? Tsunade at this period was truly difficult to deal with. TCH, so you're angry already. Your personality is truly identical to your father's, but that's normal, after all, our clan. Tsunade's voice grew softer and softer towards the end of her sentence, until it was barely audible. Her conversation with Mitsuki today brought back memories that had been hidden deep within her heart. Suddenly, Tsunade thought of something and became interested. She deliberately asked nonchalantly, hey kid, tell me more about yourself. What's your dream? Do you want to be Hokage? Hokage. Hearing this abrupt question, Mitsuki tilted his head slightly, somewhat puzzled. He could tell now that Tsunade and Kento's relationship was clearly not just, sort of. But this was a relationship from the previous generation, and he didn't want to deliberately curry favor with this tactless elder in front of him, so he simply answered honestly. No interest. My dream is to live the happiest life every day with my most trusted friends. That's enough. Hey, kid, do you even know what Hokage represents? They say a woman's mind is hard to guess, but Tsunade's mind was exceptionally hard to guess. Even Tsunade herself didn't know what her own thoughts were at the moment. Logically, most Konoha children of this age would aim to be Hokage. She had prepared to tell Mitsuki loudly that the Hokage position was nothing at all, and that the village was rotten, once he said his dream was to become Hokage. But when she heard Mitsuki say he didn't want to become Hokage at all, she felt a little unwilling. No matter what, this was the village her grandfather built. Doesn't want to be Hokage. Does this kid know what he's saying? Ah, how troublesome this woman is. Mitsuki had now been disabused of his memory filter for Tsunade and didn't want to bother with her. He simply crossed his arms, closed his eyes to rest, and remained silent. Although she looked young, Tsunade was approaching menopause when considering her age, and in the years of war, there were probably few psychologically healthy people in this world. In short, long live understanding. While Mitsuki understood the situation, Tsunade, however, became increasingly annoyed. Although Tsunade didn't know why she was annoyed, she just was. Especially watching Mitsuki with his eyes closed, in a silent, indifferent posture. It proved that even the Sanin couldn't endure silent treatment. Even though Tsunade genuinely detested the village and the position of Hokage, and even planned to leave Konoha after this war. But deep down, she still cared about this precious thing for which her grandfather had given his life. Tsunade looked around. Jiraiya, who usually stuck to her like a plaster, was nowhere to be found, leaving her with no one to vent her frustration on. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the culprit who had angered her. Mitsuki, who was almost 12, had developed a very good physique from years of training. His build was well proportioned, without explosive muscles, but he didn't give off a frail impression either. Kid, you look quite unconvinced, don't you? Want to go outside and spar? Tsunade's mouth curled slightly, and she challenged Mitsuki with a raised eyebrow. Lady Tsunade, this. Minato Namikaze tried to dissuade her from the side, but for a moment, he didn't know what reason to use. He couldn't very well say, Mitsuki is still young, you shouldn't stoop to his level. In Minato Namikaze's view, this matter was Tsunade throwing a personal tantrum, Mitsuki was not at fault. But Minato Namikaze was Jiraiya's student, making him Tsunade's junior. With his personality, he wouldn't dare to boss Tsunade around. And Mitsuki, hearing Tsunade's provocation, indicated that he wasn't the third Hokage and wouldn't indulge her, so he readily agreed. Lady Tsunade is the commander-in-chief, so I naturally won't refuse an order. With that, he walked out ahead of Tsunade. Although Mitsuki wasn't a competitive person, he wasn't a pushover either, to be easily manipulated by anyone. Not even a Sanin. He had a filter from the original plot for Tsunade, but that didn't mean he would endlessly tolerate these characters he once liked. Moreover, the Tsunade Mitsuki liked in his previous life was the fifth-generation Hokage who later faced her inner self and understood what was truly important. Not the current Tsunade, who felt as if the whole world owed her something just because she had lost her family and lover. It sounded tragic, but in this world, who didn't have a tragic past? In short, Shimizu Mitsuki had to teach this inexplicable woman a good lesson today. Not even Jesus could stop him, he said so. On the other side, Tsunade actually regretted saying, want to go outside and spar. Right after she said it. How could she throw a tantrum with a child? This brings up another incident that recently occurred on the battlefield. Recently, Chio of the Hidden Sand Village had developed a new poison. This poison wasn't potent, but it took effect very quickly. Although Tsunade immediately developed an antidote. However, before the antidote appeared, many ninja on the battlefield were still injured due to poisoning, so the medical department had been under a lot of pressure recently. This also meant that Shizune, who always accompanied Tsunade, had been busy in the medical department all day recently. Without Shizune by her side, Tsunade had been prone to losing her temper and doing irrational things during this period. Just a few days ago, she had sent Jiraiya flying out of the command center over a trivial matter. No wonder she hadn't seen Jiraiya recently. Could he be avoiding her? Thinking that Jiraiya wasn't around but his student was, Tsunade suddenly stared at Minato Namikaze. She thought if Minato Namikaze just found an excuse to persuade her and give her a way out, she would let the matter drop. As a result, Minato Namikaze stammered for a long time without uttering a single word. These two were truly master and student. Just like his teacher, he became useless at critical moments. And what was Minato Namikaze thinking at this moment? At this moment, Minato Namikaze felt immense regret. Why had he called Mitsuki to come along for this mission report in the first place? His original intention was to think that with Mitsuki's strength, he would likely be promoted to Chunin and even Jonin very soon, to lead teams on missions. Now that there was an opportunity, he might as well bring Mitsuki to familiarize himself with the process in advance. Moreover, bringing Mitsuki to report together could also convey the message to others that Mitsuki had contributed greatly to this mission and was highly valued. But why, when two good things came together, did it turn out like this? Tsunade looked at Mitsuki, who had already reached the door. She was now in a difficult position. Forget it, I don't care. Tsunade simply stopped thinking. A fight might be good, it would be a chance to see how much skill this boy, whom Minato Namikaze had been praising to the heavens, truly possessed. Tsunade strode out of the command center. Minato Namikaze watched everything unfolding before his eyes, a feeling of helplessness welling up inside him. Faced with such a situation, he could only follow closely, not daring to fall a single step behind. As he walked, his mind raced, considering all possible scenarios. If any accident were to occur during the fight, he would absolutely intervene forcefully. Mitsuki walked out of the command center without stopping, instantly appearing outside. Since a decision had been made, he needed to find a suitable place to unleash their full power, an open space on the outskirts of the camp. This spot was neither too far nor too close to the camp, and its terrain resembled a natural pit. Surrounded by undulating topography, it looked like a miniature basin. Tsunade observed the surroundings. I thought you'd find a place with complex terrain, kid. This kind of wide open space isn't suitable for a ninjutsu-type ninja like you. Cut the chatter. My strengths aren't just ninjutsu. Infuriating. Although she was the one who had lost her temper and was in the wrong first, this kid was truly infuriating. Tsunade decided that once she subdued this brat, she would definitely spank him until his bottom bloomed. Minato Namikaze also caught up. Knowing he couldn't persuade them, he simply stopped trying. Then, I'll treat this as a friendly spar between comrades. Is that alright? Minato Namikaze said with a serious expression. If either of them rejected his proposal, he would absolutely stop them, even if both blamed him afterward. In his presence, he would never allow comrades to harm each other. Whatever, Tsunade replied casually. Hearing Tsunade agree, Minato Namikaze then turned his gaze to Mitsuki. Of course, Mitsuki naturally wouldn't refuse. After receiving affirmative replies from both sides, Minato Namikaze felt a little relieved. Then, let me be the referee, Minato Namikaze said, picking up a stone from the ground. So, when this stone lands, the spar begins. With that said, Minato Namikaze tossed the stone into the air. The stone spun a few times before falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Tsunade instantly perked up. Although she was thinking of spanking Mitsuki until his bottom bloomed, she wouldn't underestimate him. That wind release ninjutsu, even if she were hit by it, would not end well for her. Of course, that's assuming he could hit her. Seeing Mitsuki, who was not moving, a short distance away, Tsunade's lips curved into a smile. What, not using ninjutsu yet? If I make the first move, the fight might be over in an instant, you know. Hearing Tsunade's words, Mitsuki knew the other party wouldn't make the first move. Then, Triple A. With a chorus of Chidori cries, dazzling arcs of electricity, like nimble silver snakes, leapt and weaved through the air at astonishing speed, quickly converging to form an impenetrable electrical net. This electrical net, like an energy shield, tightly enveloped Mitsuki. Chidori stream. Full power. Mitsuki, wreathed in boundless lightning, traversed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, appearing to Tsunade's right. Mistcutter instantly unsheathed, and violent lightning attribute chakra spread to the blade without any hesitation. Chidori stream. Flash. Tsunade's combat experience was incredibly rich. The moment Mitsuki closed in, she stomped her foot on the ground. With a deafening rumble. The ground beneath Mitsuki's feet, no, the ground within a 10-meter radius around him, completely collapsed. Mitsuki, losing his footing, could only abandon this attack and retreat. Tsunade wouldn't give him the chance. Although she didn't know why Mitsuki would abandon his initial distance advantage and not use that wind release ninjutsu, choosing close quarters combat instead. But since he was actively coming to her, she wouldn't be blamed for bullying a child. Question. How many seconds does it take to go from charging to dashing? The answer is less than 1 second. In just a few tenths of a second, Tsunade completed her charge and dash. The ground beneath her feet, already littered with broken stones from her previous stomp, now cracked further in all directions due to the immense force it absorbed. Tsunade, who had instantly closed the distance to Mitsuki, wore a triumphant smile as she punched him. Super Strength Fist. Starting with a famous move of one of the Sanin, Tsunade seemed to have no intention of holding back. After all, she could heal him if he got injured. Minato Namikaze was on the side, ready to make his move. When he saw Mitsuki actively engaging in close combat, he had already anticipated this outcome. Lady Tsunade's taijutsu, if not the best in the current ninja world, was definitely top 3. The facts were indeed as Minato Namikaze had thought. In just the first round of exchanges, Mitsuki was at a disadvantage in taijutsu. However, the same doubt that Tsunade had, and Minato Namikaze had, did Mitsuki not think of it? Naturally, he would. Looking at the pristine, maiden-like fist so close to him, Mitsuki had no doubt that this single punch could break several of his ribs. He swung Mistcutter, the short sword cutting through the air, seemingly weak as if in a last desperate struggle. But the reversal always came suddenly. Full counter. Decisive. Fatal. Finishing. All turned to naught. Tsunade's super strength fist was instantly repelled by some mysterious force. The chakra originally accumulated in her fist suddenly seemed to be subjected to some rule, exploding uncontrollably in front of her. Then, a force most familiar to Tsunade, a super strength, struck her. Tsunade's previously audacious smile was replaced by utter astonishment. This is. Tsunade, full of questions, was sent back even faster than she came, crashing onto the hard ground, sending debris flying and kicking up a cloud of smoke. Not only was Tsunade astonished, but Minato Namikaze, who was acting as referee, was equally surprised. He even stumbled, almost falling. Of course, don't misunderstand. Minato Namikaze wasn't stumbling from being shocked by what had just happened on the field. Instead, he had been about to instantly move to snatch Mitsuki away from Tsunade's super strength fist. At that distance, he was confident he could do such a thing. But he hadn't expected Mitsuki to use some special ninjutsu, instantly reversing the battle. This also caused Minato Namikaze to do a massive sit-up, forcefully stopping his body flicker jutsu. Although Tsunade on the field was hit by her own super strength fist, her physical strength, enhanced by the yang attribute chakra throughout her body, was still very tough. Blunt force like super strength didn't cause her much damage. At the same time, Tsunade, still in the smoke, had figured out that Mitsuki had probably used a technique that returned an opponent's attack back to them. Watching Tsunade emerge from the gradually dissipating smoke, she seemed unharmed. Mitsuki, holding his sword with one hand, realized that his plan to defeat her with a full counter against super strength fist had failed. If that was the case, then next up, it was the ninjutsu battle round. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.